I think if I just posted the link, if someone could post it up on the screen and read it. This is the wish of the head of the Keshe Foundation to be put up and to be read, or we can take the section text of the teaching on Thursday. Solving the corona will have this, what we call peace dividends for us. And what is there is what is written or has been said that now has been transcribed, is that dividend, what we're going to get after the corona. And we have to give the world a hope. And this is what I read in the background from the head of the foundation, that we are not here to intrude, but this is what we call corona dividend. What is after corona? What we see will happen once we conquer it, because it's part of it. She sent me the post and I have posted it there if you want to read it. It brings a lot of things home. It brings how we are, how we want. And I have posted a Keshe World Corona link in Telegram. This is done by the request of the Universal Council member Azar, that we open this for internationally, the way we did in Iran, that anyone from anywhere in the world who is affected by corona or is infected or needs help will come on this and ask for help. And we will set up a parallel group with this one, what we call the response group. And then in that group, those of Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers make a list of anywhere in the world, the way we did in Iran, who is there, nearest city, nearest town, nearest street, nearest country, who can deliver the technology, the ganses, or teaching for those who are infected. This is more or less what we have put in, and it's on an open panel. And it's a thing we need to do. Now we set the structure up. Tomorrow we will be receiving authorization, hopefully in writing, from the office of our people who have been appointed by the Iranian leadership to handle this situation in respect to Iran. And gradually we build up. In this section, in this what we put up, the Keshe Corona, we don't want a chat room. This is not a chat room. This is only for people who are sick. And if we connect a group, what we call support group, to this, that will pick it up. Somebody comes and says, I've got a corona in Kathmandu, who's in, and they pick up, goes to one of the Universal Council members. We have this. Who do you have under control, under your thing? And we'll go that way. And slowly we have to pick it up. We have to add to it. And in the next few days, we'll set the structure up to see if we can now extend the Iranian Corona team, supporting as a first line. And then we cover the rest of the world. And we need people who are around the world say how much gas they carry, what materials they have, how many cups they have, how far they are, and how much we can do. And a lot of us can do a lot of things. And so we started a structure, because this is not going to go away tomorrow. It's going to be with us for a long time. now we start seeing the cancers and everything else which is going with this corona. And if somebody would like to read this text, I think it'll give us a lot of hope. It's not everything that bad now that we start moving to post-corona and see how it is. As this is the American corona, we just made it as a joint with all the nationalities who want to be here. We will know maybe this week. We go to the people of the United States. You don't have a president at the moment as it looks, as your leaderships, people in the highest offices, they tell me at the moment the president has no teeth, a lot of barking. And so we know the governors will do something, but again, their hands are closed. But at the same time, we have to keep within the law.
Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
It's Peggy. If you are ready for this to be read, I'd like to invite Elizabeth to use her beautiful reading voice for this one today.
Anywhere you like. There's a live recording of it. There is, I think, somewhere. And this is the writing of it, this transcription of it. There's a summary of it. And there is an extension of it per second and everything else. This is a lot of hope. This is a lot of things to come. I think if it doesn't bother anyone, a message like this should be read by the head of the Keshe Foundation if she is there to do it. Otherwise, because this is the job that's going on there, and she is the one who will see this through. This is the future of mankind. And in so many ways, it is in her time to see these things take shape.
That would be lovely. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for encouraging her to come out and share her beautiful voice.
Yes, she is going to run the foundation in conjunction with Anglin, and she's the spokesman from outside. I mean, the only territory is China. We're not covering because there's reasons of culture and the way the regime is there. We're trying not to get on the wrong side of the law with this couple of organizations. But I think in the voice, we feel the essence of the word. As I said to a couple of people, on Thursday teaching, 95% was about the head of the Keshe Foundation and how the life is set and what is there to happen and what is there to see. And this was one of the very only time that we ever put the position in the totality of the what we call what is to come with the head of the foundation and what it sits there, because it's one of the most important positions for us in the coming time to realize that what is there and what is to cover. If you listen more or less to the whole of the teaching, it is totally different than the read before. And it lays out a lot of things for mankind to come. And it's more or less it's her time to see it through. And it's under her, what do you call it, watch. By the time these things are started in 2 or 3 years, I'm not retired, but I'll be somewhere busy with a lot of other things. If you like to read it, that it conveys the emotion and understanding. We have to understand, as I said before, when you send these messages out to the the Brazilians and to the ones who were after the Universal Council. There should be a very big difference when you send this letter of the Universal Council to your anything, to the doctors, to anybody else, that you just deliver nowadays, or you send the message. From now on, learn these messages of Universal Council and messages which comes from the Keshe Foundation ads. When you send it, put your soul to it. That'll be the difference. Just don't press the button. Even you seal an envelope to send it with a wish of peace. Send it with, they elevate their souls that they receive it. Does not mean that they have to accept it, but elevate their souls that in time, their decision will be good for humanity. Even sometimes negative answer is the best answer, because at that time we don't see it. So when we are in a rush to get this message out to everybody from Universal Council, but send it with a difference from now. Even you send it by sending an email, send it with a wish that the receiver elevates his soul. Who opens that letter, he opens an emotion, a feeling, not just a letter. And this is what should be different between the Keshe Foundation and others who send information out like this. It carries the new ways, it carries the new insight, it carries the way we should be. Then you find out more or less the reader already knows the message before he opens the letter, because it's received by the soul faster than the post and the email. So try to grasp the new way of living, and gradually you find out when you see the answer, you don't say, oh, it was a letter of the Universal Council. You have that blessing, but it's your soul. You speak the language of the man who receives it. Universal Council wrote it in English. It could be in Japanese, it could be in English, it could be in French. So when you send this letter out, send it with a blessing, send it with your part of your soul. As I said, for example, when I stand somewhere and I see a hearse going with the body in it, I always say to the hearse, take it from me as much as you need, that your soul elevates to my soul. And if I am lower, I receive from you that I elevate myself. And in that process, we have to learn life has changed. And in that process, we need to understand a new way. Otherwise, it's another post, another march. And this is what we did in Iran. We send it with the hope that we can save the nation. Thank you very much. Would you like to read it to see what we are waiting for, what will be after what we are now? Who's going to read it?
If Elizabeth would like to read it, then let us know.
I think we let you read it with the emotion which comes from it. It shows how you're going to do it for us.
I'll just apologize for my accent at the beginning, because we are in a native speaking English community right now, so no pressure. What I wanted to say before, also about the vision and about the situation with Corona, we are all involved in this reaction towards Corona. However, we shouldn't forget the mission, the total mission that we have in KF, and that is to bring the peace. And this technology does not sit only in coronavirus. It's just one application of many that we are covering. And now we are gone probably for about 6 months into it. And we shouldn't lose the focus, because the focus is not just solving a virus situation, because coronavirus is now, but tomorrow it can be something else. and maybe next it will be not a virus, but the environment will need the support from us as humans to help it to clean it up and so forth. So this technology has so many applications that we should keep the view towards the big picture and not just get stuck in the very small window looking at it. So yes, we do face a situation right now, but this is just let's say um, step a step that we need to take in order to solve all the other solutions or all the other problems that we have in the world. So this, I felt also that is included in the vision that Mr. Keshe explained in the past workshop, and the Portuguese community have done a very nice summary of it. The first part is the summary. The second part is the actual transcript from the teaching, and we will also be able to post the link with the direct timing in the workshop to hear exactly Mr. Keshe's voice when the vision was laid out. Okay, so I'm just gonna go into the reading. The vision for our near future by Mr. Keshe, what is to come. Excerpt from 331st Knowledge Seekers Workshop, June 5th, 2020. An Iranian woman asked Mr. Keshe, what is the vision for Earth for the next 3 years or more? He replied, our vision is very simple. We will see world peace. It's laid out very clearly, and actually we have already entered it. It's just a matter of doing some polishing. It's the time for some nations to clean up their own house for the wrongs they have done in the past. But that is their own internal war between themselves and not with us. Like what we see happening in the United States. A lot of things will not be what we see or know today, and we'll see progressive evolution in science and technology over the next 3 to 5 years. The main thing we will see is the disappearance of the armies. The military forces will be educated due to 2 or 3 factors. The knowledge we'll bring out will make the present arms obsolete. Additionally, the present situation in the world does not allow any nation to buy arms because they cannot afford it, unless they are corrupt nations and their leaders are trying just to put some money in the bank and don't care about the situation in their country. In the next 3 to 5 years, we'll see eradication of hunger. I had this discussion in last Tuesday's teaching, where we were talking about using the satellites. In fact, the KF does not need to rely on satellites, because the technology you have is much better than satellites. The system which you will develop will not only fly, but will also supply the energy needed for food. So in that sense, in reality, satellites have become obsolete. We'll see the total and absolute eradication of the use of fossil fuels. This will happen very soon and very rapidly, because once the new technology on the magnetic and gravitational fields are released, people will take the engines out of their cars. It's so simple, and hopefully this is what we are going to do in a very short time in the universities in Iran. This is one of the first projects I want to be in on, and it's on the table for the work that the universities want to do. And I told them I am in on it with the KF Knowledge Seekers. We want to bring out a special system to do this, and I will be part of everything. When this happens, we'll see many old tankers abandoned at the high seas, where they will rot and pollute. So we have to make plans for them. With the reduction in the burning of fossil fuels, we'll see changes in the atmosphere that will lead to new illnesses, because we won't be used to going back to a clean environment. Other things we'll see are in the next 3 to 5 years, the end of the drugs, the drug trafficking, kingship and leadership will come to an end, and collectively the human race will support itself. Hunger will come to an end through the process I explained earlier, as well as the use of medicines. As we introduce the new flight systems, the present propulsion flights will become obsolete by their nature. Mankind will keep space station as a memory of the good old days. Very soon, man will expand into space and be able to travel beyond the moon and Mars, and even the solar system in a matter of minutes. What I see is very simple, and is the fact of what I know about what my technology can do and what we see that it does. The world governments will change to it because of the corona. Corona wasn't that bad. It brought a lot of good things. We will see that the property market more or less will crash and people will give you their houses to live in. In the next 5 to 10 years, with the present knowledge, people will have the option to not need to live in crowded cities. One of the first things we'll see, maybe 2 to 3 years, is the end of mining. KF has been working in the background as part of its programs and has already started setting it up in the Arizona Test Center. This means we do not have to deplete the planet for resources, nor destroy the farms, gardens, yards, jungles, and whatever. We will have respect for the planet, and the knowledge will come through transfer of the fields, so we don't have to let the earth to do it. In so many ways, one of the first things mankind will stop is the slaughtering of animals. The nature will find its own balance, and this is because it will be able to deliver food, or what we call energy for life. It is 100% sure that this is on the cards to eradicate the use of animals, and we will see the end of the use of and destruction of the planet. Especially now, as we start with the corona, people will have to accept the technology, and then all of these things will come together. And as it comes, and we accept that it works, then we will start building. The research and development of the new plasma technology and understanding of the work of the universe will change everything rapidly. What I see is colonization. Men will start colonizing very, very fast. Now we go to New York for the best restaurants, and soon we will go to Mars for a coffee and come back. These are not dreams, these are on the cards right now. You will see it. We will make these places to fit us for living. As we have created a dome of peace, we will create a dome of life, living on different planets. In so many ways, we'll not see entrepreneurs open beautiful restaurants and service stations, but rather they will build these centers across the space that people can watch the beauty of the creation. Mankind's way of working will change in the next 20 years. None of us will work to live, rather we will work for the pleasure of it. We'll all become scientists and we'll all become devoted to serve because everybody else is busy doing nothing, and we will do what we like to do. This is not my vision, I know what is to come. We will see a new life, a new cycle. I see a new birth, and that birth will change everything which comes with it. Birth of a new cycle for man, and with it will come a birth of a new cycle for the whole of the universe. We are the tiniest dust, but we will become the important dust. I see a lot. I see the end of religions because every man will become religious to the order of the correct order. We will believe through our own soul and we'll see what the prophets saw. We'll live by their ethos, not by us talking about it. There is one thing for sure, and that's for sure 100%. We'll see a lot of marriages, intermarriages between mankind and other races in the universe who are here but too shy to show themselves. We will see this because now man has quieted and has matured. They will not hide anymore in the clothes of the man, but will be themselves. And this will shock a lot of us because we won't eat them, we won't see them as food. In so many ways, we have changed the course of humanity and we'll see how the human race will respond to it. My vision is very simple because I know what I brought and I know what I planned and I know what I am delivering and I know what I am going to get for it. And there is one thing for sure. I will die in the most beautiful place in the universe, in the physical dimension. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
The good news, or part of the news, as we said, that the cities would not live and move out. And the first phases of it to develop these systems, since we thought on Thursday, has been shared with the leading university, the full design today. We have started the process of the what we call colonization of cities. And today, this morning, I released a structure to release the full design of this new vehicle to the most leading university in Iran, which is our part of, yes, our home in a way. And the plan on its development will start tomorrow morning. And as we said, we just said on Thursday, and today, by request of our partners and colleagues and workers in the Iran leading university, has started. And we'll see these very soon, hopefully, the new, what we call new flight system, which allows you to live hundreds of kilometers and within minutes to be in the city if you need to be, and to be able to live what we call a comfortable life. It's a beautiful design. It's Keshe Foundation team who has developed it. And you never know, maybe next few weeks we will see the first prototype. Because in Iran, nothing is done over years and planning is done as fast as possible. With this new design, we can put satellites in orbit within minutes, and we can structure a lot of things. So what is to you the future is already present, and what we said on Thursday now has become part of reality. Thank you very much. Could I ask you, Ella, how do you see, how would you like to lead us into this coming time? How do you see the Keshe Foundation to work?
The best part is that what we discovered from experience with the groups that are working, we do not need leading in figurative, in the literal way of speaking, because all the groups that are now active, they bring themselves up and collaborate with everyone, regardless the language or the community from where they come. So it's more like a family work than a structured leadership work with demand and provide. So what we do, we work from our soul, and we work to serve for everyone else to be accommodated and to be happy, to be healthy, to be taken care of. And I think that this is the best way to go, and how I would wish to have it across the entire planet, not only in the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers works. But slowly we see that we are getting there. We've seen with the Brazilian group on Friday how selfless they are helping everybody, even those that are in the remote locations in Amazon. They are even helping their animals, looking at them suffering with various conditions. They're simply sharing their guns with their animals just because they want that animal to be happy. So I think we already passed the border of race, and we are truly becoming one nation, regardless if we are humans, if we are animals, if we are plants. So it started. It's just a matter of time of growing it, and together we will reach there. But what we see is exactly what we have envisioned, and we see that people are working from their soul and they help each other without expecting of getting anything in return. And that is the giving without expecting to receive.
The question is, would the soul of the man will pick up so fast that it will change a lot of things, that most of the things we live with now in the short time will become a history?
I think it will, because we reach to a point where we kind of have enough of aggression, enough of wars, enough of conflicts. We just want peaceful life, and if this is offered and we see that it comes through this technology, I think everybody will jump for it. So it's not that hard to make the change once you decide to make it.
I think this time, as we're sharing the knowledge through public, and as what we see, if the whole structure will start, as we said in the teaching from United States, through the Black community, where we see there'll be a lot of development in the coming days through Keshe Foundation. Hopefully, we hope, we have a lot of hope, and we hope that where, as I said, we ended up from Africa to America, we joined the two A's as we got in the fourth circle of status of the nations, as I call it. And we'll see the beginning of a lot of good things. A lot of good things. You got to realize, I was talking to Hella before about this and a couple of other Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers. The situation of the corona created the base, and it needed a nation which has been locked down for months, had nothing to do, many people lost their job. It needed a ignition or igniting fire, or what we call a candle, to start a change. And that candle came with the beautiful soul of a man who a lot of us watched, where his soul took his trip. And now the whole nation is on the walk of it, with the difference that people have nothing else to lose. They lost everything. Shops closed, no work, millions on the door, and that spark will go right across the world. And as I said, talking in the background, or some of you here knows what's happening. I think if we get the okay this week, we will put the fire to the candle. That will bring a lot of things together, a lot of things together. And it's accumulation of many, many things. I always said to Ella past few weeks, if you see, she's always present in all the teachings where I am. That she's the other half of the, what we call the structure. And it brings what we call a completion. That we will see that the whole scientific world will change. We see a new structure in this. And we see what I call Corona dividend, because we received our peace dividend. In not having a war, that was only the dividend from it. In a way, we don't see many military organizations will not come to work after the corona. Does not matter what they do. The nations will not be able to support. Nations cannot support. And if we take that banner up, we make decisions most probably in the next 24, 48 hours in Tehran, in our step, and everything will be shared with the head of the Keshe Foundation in consulting what will be our next step internationally. And then we'll take it to what we call the Universal Council for the seal of approval, that we can spread it. And then, like these letter which came out last week, we'll lay out what we are looking for, what the foundation's next step will be. So what we saw as a first letter from the Universal Council will have many followings. And hopefully receive the blessing of the heads of the Keshe Foundation together to bring the new changes. It won't be as overnight, but it will be a revolution overnight in the scientific world. The only what I see thing will happen, especially in North America, is that the government will not have the money to finance all these heavy military works where they cannot be solved. And when we say we negotiate with you to negotiate with your governors, you have to give them an alternative. As I spoke with John, and as we are active in Arizona, as the letter has gone to the governors, we have to put an alternative very fast behind it with the technology and with the backing of, again, Iran is prepared to negotiate and to back these jobs right across the world. We see that point, and in so many ways, we have started and we started work. It's a long negotiations. It's not very easy. It's very hard to change the mentality of a nation who's been under every pressure. Now suddenly to come out and give so much pleasure and so much knowledge freely across the planet. This is one of the beauties of what we're going to see. And as I said, everything has changed in the past 4 weeks or 5 weeks, and the bigger changes are now to come. This is just the start of the work.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
This is John.
We don't know this guy at all. We don't know him. Yes, carry on.
So, in one of my wishes for a number of years now has
Can you come close to your telephone? You're in a corridor.
I'm on my computer, I'm not on my telephone, but let me speak up a little bit. So one of my wishes for a number of years has been creating a city of light where there's no requirement for money. Building is done in a different way through the creation. And if we started afresh with I'll call it an initial community, where the old will have a chance to be taken down and dismantled, while the new is a place for people to come and to thrive and to, regenerate their bodies and understand their souls better for a period of time, and then they come back to Earth, even though they're really always a part of the Earth. In that way, kind of community by community or country by country, the countries can clean up a lot of the stuff that's wrong, that they never saw a way to clean up in the past. That's kind of how I see it. I actually have been envisioning that a lot of the new manufacturing will be in these new cities and communities that we create out of nothing, not with dollars and cents and bricks and mortar of the old way, but rather with our thoughts and our wishes in a collective coming together for what it is that we all desire. Any thoughts on that?
I don't, in a way, mankind has to decide how they're going to do this. if you understand it, you will see that mankind now has a new option. When we give you this transportation system, you travel the span of this planet or beyond, and with the new knowledge we have, you can build any cities. You don't need construction anymore. You don't need to construct out of materials. And this is what in so many ways we're dreaming for. You've done a lot of work in the background, especially John, but I watched you over years, how you struggled, you put a lot of things together. You worked very heavy in Arizona, and this is, if you were not there, I wasn't prepared to move into Arizona. The audacity and the backing and the knowledge which you have chased now needs to be put together, and it will show itself. Whereas, if you remember, when we negotiated, we asked the governors of the state in wanting a factory. One of my requests was, we want to be on the edge of desert, where people can expand into. We can do tests on it. And in so many ways, we don't need to structure cities as we've done for centuries. We don't need to be near a city where the water is. We don't need to be near a city where electricity is. We don't need to worry about how we're going to get roads to bring food and other things. We can literally pack up and move into any place as we wish, which means your city of light is already there. If you want to make a city, would you like my spaceship or my home, which is made from what I decide, to be on top of your home? We make apartments, or there is such a vast area that I can park mine anywhere I like. The most beautiful place on the beach or on the river or in the middle of the desert. The understanding of the new horizon, what is and what will come, it's unbelievable. With what we are doing with the Iranian leadership and the Iranian universities, we are unleashing a knowledge beyond man's imagination. We are unleashing a new cycle of life. We are unleashing what takes the shackle of everything out of the man. And City of Light, how many people would like to be next to you, John, to make that city if they have a choice? Don't forget, in presentation of universal enhancement units, It's your home. It's your feeding station. It is your flying machine if you know how to fly it. And is the elevator of your soul. I have given you everything in the machine. So where would you like to park it? Near mom's or near the boyfriend? Or you want to be somewhere in the desert for a few days, nobody knows where you are. Because there's no limitation anymore. One of the biggest problems for mankind from the beginning of time on this planet has been dependence on the water. Now with this technology, you're not anymore. You're free. You can make your water any way you like. And John has the first machines going to him in August. My biggest problem is how he's going to flood the place without knowing. And if they open the machine and just sand or gold or iron just pops out of the box. Don't forget, accidents can happen. So does not knowing what is getting produced. So your dream of having a city of lights where everything is there, you've been the pioneer for it. And you negotiate with your state governors for it. I think one of the biggest problems for Arizona will be how we keep the door shut and how we can expand fast enough that many people around the state don't want to go to Arizona to start working. People will work free. I want to develop. I'm here to do. I have enough to live. As I was, in a way, can tell you something very strange, which if you don't have an English mentality and understanding, you don't know. But if you're from England, you understand it. In olden days, when they built the mills in the north of England, in Manchester and that side, the mill owner built houses next to the mill. They call it 2 up, 2 down. It's just 2 bedroom upstairs, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, toilet outside. And if you work with it next to the factory, you had a home. And if the father died who was working in the factory, or they sacked you, you lost your home. So you had to do everything the boss said to keep the house and to keep the roof over the children. And that was the biggest nightmare. Actually, if you think of it, 200 years later, the first NASA astronauts, even till very recently, were in the same position. When an astronaut died in a mission, the family within 7 days were put on the street with $2,000. So you Americans have not grown much than what England was 200 years ago in the mills. All the NASA astronauts, test pilots who died, their wives and the children, they went from hero to zero in less than 7 days. They gave them a notice. When they gave them notice, the man is dead in a pilot test or in a space test. They gave a notice of 7 days to be evicted from the site. And the only difference between the British system of 200 years ago and the American system of today for NASA astronauts has been they had 7 days extra. And with this new technology, when you build the factory and research center in Arizona, we will see many of people who built these machines will be what I call 2 up, 2 downs, living in the spaceships in Arizona and coming in the morning, parking next to each other, on top of each other, and going to research or whatever. So part of the biggest problem for Arizona will be where to park all these cars, where they come in. And these are the realities. We know a lot. Don't forget we offered the car to be shown in 5th of November 2011. 9 years we are behind. But now these machines will be produced in Iran. What has been your flying dream? The basic technology was transferred to Iranian University, where we are partner today. Then our team in Iran says, Mr. Keshe, they asked for it. Do you give the permission? Now that they helped us with Corona, they want to open all channels rapidly. And I authorize it to be released. And they received it. It now is in the hand of Iranian scientists. And we will see it. I said to the Iranians, I play it very open. These are transportation systems that are military defense. So it has to be known. What has been your flying machine dream will come out of Iran very soon. Because I decided they helped us and will announce one after another the same. And it will be fantastic to see the same things in Arizona. And it will be nice to see John achieving his dream, the city of light. But I think to see the city of light, John, you should get yourself a flying machine and go up and see where the students and your workers are living right across the desert. You won't be limited to one place. They scatter wherever they like. And they come to work when they feel like it. And knowing research, I think your biggest problem is when the car park will be empty for the others to come in. Researchers work around the clock. And when they see it, there is no time. Day and night is the same. It's not just the researchers, people who work around the foundation. The head of foundation works around the clock, day and night. Sometimes I wonder how they actually live, where the energy comes from, but somehow it seems to be gases. Energy goes through the soul. And I see this happening. We saw it clearly with hundreds, at least 300-400 Iranians, 24 hours a day. Still now, if you go on the Keshe Foundation Corona team, if any of you have access to it, you will see it. They are there. At the moment, there are 1,650 people online. And they are there continuously talking to their backup teams, talking to the what we call the health support team, to the doctors. 1,650 people are online now. Yeah, it's gone. It's perfect. Okay. And when we open the what do you call World Corona, most probably be 1.6 million people. And this is what is to come, what is to be said. And we see it. We see a new future, and doesn't need to be in a way what we call a thing which might happen. We are forcing it now. It's the thing which is going to happen, and it's a process. And I'll give you a lot of lights, John, that you will see it. But with the knowledge we have, I don't think many people will join the cities, making cities to park and go. It'll become a space caravan site, I call it. But the difference is, usually now, who is to the center is more prime. With a new technology, who's further out, that he has better land to fly up and do all sorts of things, it will be more expensive, because in the center it'll be too jammed. And I hope you reach your hope. I hope you reach your dream, John, but it will be much sooner than you think, I think. Much, much sooner.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah. We shared the knowledge with Iranians universities this morning, and we extend it. Any other question? There is a very interesting question which I would like to ask any of you. In this letter, somewhere I think it mentions marriage between races outside this planet, and us in becoming knowledgeable of their existence, confirming them. And we see our neighbors who most probably never been a human but lived a very human life. Or we see those who we don't see try to manifest themselves to us. What will be your effect? What will be your reaction? How would you feel now that we open the new dimension? How do you feel if your boy or a girl would like to marry somebody from outside of this planet? Wants to spend their life with them? Most probably would like to have a child with. Would we carry the same racism as we have with each other's color? Or we don't like a green aliens, we prefer a son-in-law who's a little bit maybe pinkish? Would mankind change its prejudices? Or we know they have all the means of having everything. How are we going to face this? You read it here, but you never thought about it here. Are you going to still give them a hug? Or does it go the first thing in your head? How do they taste? Or you ask them, you have a technology, can you give me, I don't want to pay the electricity, I don't want to pay for the food, and I don't want to pay for medicine, which you already have. Very intriguing, huh?
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Stephen from California. That goes back to the question I asked you before. If the union between the human and the universal community, will it produce a soul that has the imperfection to create itself in physicality?
Why imperfection? That's perfection if you can do it. We are teaching you to become a soul and you produce, manifest yourself somewhere else. That's the beauty.
It was a
If there's
sarcastic.
no weaknesses in it.
I was being sarcastic because if you went on to say about the perfections that the
Excuse me,
universal community. Go ahead.
you went too far. You went too far.
Sorry.
No. Wait. I married a woman from Earth. What is imperfection with me? Did you get it?
Yes, I did.
So what we have to understand, we cannot let ourselves down in no way. Mankind, when it just patches up these little bits in the between of problems, it's a beautiful being. The way we love is the envy of the universe. Many, many times in a hidden way, I have said that you think that everything has to come from space. They have machines that fly, but nobody falls in love the way humans do. And people from other planet and a part of the universe come to fall in love on Earth in the physical dimension. Doesn't happen outside, doesn't have the chemistry of it. It needs a chemistry to be able to fall in love the way mankind does. How this mixture was created, no one knows. How certain fields happen to be to create this. This is why we keep on telling you, fall in love. Then, if you truly fall in love, you see the Creator. And if you fall in love with the Creator, you can imagine what can be created. So, it can't be that bad. I said this once in one of my talks. You see all these UFOs you see, they come with millions of souls in them. It's like, you know, all the Chinese going to London to see this tower, and another goes to see Eiffel Tower in Paris, or to test or taste a French cuisine. A lot of people around the universe come to Earth just to fall in love, to get the chemistry of it. And you have to be here, it doesn't happen, they tried it. So don't put yourself down as maybe, but see what beauties you have, what you got to offer. Can I ask you a question? Are you married?
I was.
So you're single. What, are you in a relationship before I cause you a problem?
Come again?
I said, are you in a relationship before I cause you a problem and make you homeless?
No.
So what are you going to do if tomorrow morning the knowledge is there and you see not a human being, but you see another creature who is, you don't necessarily understand the language, but you can speak through the soul, you feel what he wants or whatever, and doesn't fit to the standard feature of a human race. Yeah? And you fall in love with it. How are you going to communicate with it? This is what's going to be on your doorstep. Otherwise, I don't want to speak about it. Yeah? So, how are you going to react?
Well, you taught us we can use our hands to communicate also by
Yeah.
opening our hand, or
Depends
I'm
if
not.
they understand. If what about in the level of the soul? They have not. They are not sure if they want to convert to the physicality of the man. They've got problems. If she could change herself to physicality, well, you had a woman in front of you, so you had no problem. This is a bit dodgy, huh?
Yes.
How do you feel if you fall now? How would you take it to mom? Mom, this is your future daughter-in-law. And let's say mom is very, very open-minded. Do you think she'll offer, would you like a beer? Sorry, I can't drink human drink.
She, as long as I'm happy, she's happy. That's all that matters to her.
Yeah, but how do you get to communicate? How well educated you've educated your soul?
It can't be put into words.
It doesn't exist. It's gibberish. It's like another language. And she might say,
The joy comes from what's created from the union for all.
it's beautiful. You put it exactly how it should be. I think you put it, as we say in English, you hit it directly where it matters. You hit the nail on the head. Does the physicality matter at that point? Or let me put it this way. Would you ask her or the entity that, would you like to manifest yourself in the way I enjoy? If you look in my soul, I like it tall, black hair, brown eyes, slim, speaking 10 languages, and what I can give my life to. And would you turn to that? Or you say, I want a typical mentality, blonde, blue eyes, and the rest of it. Would you change to that? And would you change every time you want a different taste? Or what about if she asks you, I like you to be like mine, the man from my planet? Would you change to that? These are the mankind is going to be hit like on the head very, very soon, please. And the first one is just about to happen, or the second one will happen. And then what? Would the churches say marrying people from outside the planet is forbidden? It's not in the Bible. Would find something in all the holy books which bans marriage with the foreigners, or what are not foreigners, people from foreign lands of the space? How do we feel? Now we can see them, now we interact with them, we can't eat them. And whatever we need, they will supply. As whatever they need, we will supply. We teach them how to love. We teach them how to be romantic and buy a red rose, one for yes and 12 of them for 12 hours of the day and the rest. What do you think about the marriage with a man not from earth, or with a woman not from earth? These are now the speed we are going, not a possibility, is a certainty.
Well, that's what I said. For me, it already occurred. And
Was she nice?
she was beautiful, and she's in my dreams in a way.
Maybe she has a reality.
She produced the I produced the entities that are from the love of the union, and now my children are just they just survive and they grow. And it brought me the joy of knowledge and the joy of creation, connecting me with the creator. I don't know how else to describe it.
What other people think about this in this panel? What are your feelings?
They might be regarded as an
We kill
outcast.
the man. We kill the man because of the color of his race. Very recently in public. What is the thought of you people there? You got to understand now that there is this point, this level of understanding, you most probably live into hundreds and thousands of years. The minute man learns to switch to the soul dimension, time becomes irrelevant. Because you never die. You have a disease, you have repaired it, you have the facilities to repair it. But would we? The biggest thing is, which has been in the universe and man should learn, would we ever divorce our partner once we marry in that level? Because you got to understand, whatever fault is within her, in what we feel, it will change, become perfection. Whatever fault is within us, it becomes a perfection for her. Whatever cannot be put, whatever is your dream to have or satisfaction to have, your lover provides. If you go to the teaching, we have said many times, these have a huge application. This is why we call it a soulmate. Because in the dimension of universe, that soul fits everything and provides everything. So we last to man's circulation of sun of his lifetime, we last the lifetime of the universe. And we need one soulmate because we have the knowledge to change to anything we like. She desires blonde, blue, black hair, 2 legs, 4 arms. I'm there to satisfy. And I have the capability to satisfy. I have the knowledge and the wish and the feels to manifest in her eyes what she wants. She wants a lover, I am. She wants a cook, I am. She wants to cook in the dimension of a planet in the backsides of the universe. The knowledge I have, I can reach. You can have it on the table. You have not understood the implication of the new technology. In less than the way we converted into computers in less than 50 years, in very short time. He says maybe God don't want posted yet. He says I want a blind date. My God, you cannot be blind when you travel in the dimension of the soul. But how can we, all of us, understand the changes which is upon us and our children? And what we see with our children at the present time, we'll find perfect children, no diseases, happy children to the thought of what we put in and they accept. Somebody said to me, how do you know a soul child has matured? So I said, by the light of it. And in so many ways, the communication of the parents with it. Mankind has got a lot to learn, very, very rapid. As I said to my father, I said to him, you know, he lived 80 years or so. You might have seen, you must have seen huge changes in your life. We came more or less from donkeys to space, and we came from nothing to everything in advancement in the computers. And even at the age of 80, he was a wizard on the computer. He learned. At late age, he learned everything. As long as he could get around the computer, he wasn't a brilliant thing, but he knew where to go, what to look, and what he wanted to. What they saw in 80 years, 100 years in the last century, and at present time, we are going to see in a crash course of 5 or 10 years from now. All the televisions you bought, all the computers you bought, don't invest too much. In the next 5 years, are going to be obsolete. We will have pile of them which are no good. Now, Keshe Foundation has found the most powerful university as a partner. And you will see what we're going to check out in the next 3 to 5 years. We have no financial limitation, and we have nothing to stop us to achieve. And our chrono letter is his. And don't forget, as I'm vacating the position to go research, you have the lady here with us, heading us, at least for 20 years of it. As I said, we open the doors so rapid in coming time that for many of you to get your heads around it, it'll take a long time. And gift of it will come a celebration. You all give your life to be in it and to be there at the birth of it. The birth of a child which mankind has been waiting for so long, to see it grow, to see it become what we call the beauty of the universe, the envy of it. And the most amazing thing is, how can you, in a handful of years, change the most animal behavior race to the most adorable, lovable race that everyone to be and know of. As I said to some friends, yesterday was my birthday, of what I call out of Iran birthday. I moved to Europe on the 6th of June 2000 and for the second time in 1975, 45 years ago. And what would be our birthday in knowledge in 40 years' time, in 45 years' time? And what are we going to achieve? And is the human race ready for this change? Your biggest problems will be the religious people, because they have everything in the book up to them. There is nothing in any of the holy books about what's going to happen from now on. People from the other planet, time you don't need to eat, time you travel around the universe, you don't know where the Mecca is or the holy wall to bang your head against it. When we say it's the end of religions, because there is nothing in the holy books what we're going to do with the space, what we're going to do with it, as our friend said, he already had a child and children and the alien's wife or whatever. Do you want to convert somebody from planet wherever she comes or he comes to a Muslim or a Christian before you marry, where he actually can show you the picture of the crisis? Whatever they told you is not there, because we have the video of it here? Or do we mature to understand the truth about the faith? This is when we say it's the end of religion, is not that burn the books, because there is nothing in the books to tell you about from now on. There is nothing open. All the holy books tell you how you're going to deal when you feel all right, what you're going to go live when you live in the Mars, what you're going to do when there is no weapon, what you're going to do that there is no hunger. You don't need to kill animals the kosher or Islamic way, because you don't kill anymore. This is how we brought the books of God to an end. Not by burning it, not by throwing it to the wall, by creating such a beautiful new knowledge, a gift, that they become irrelevant. As I said, I can make you to fall in love with me crazy. You cannot stand a second of taking a breath without being next to me, because I have the knowledge. But if I do that, I can't do. But if I show you the beauty of what gives me pleasure to have, you will fall in love with me, because of the beauty of what you want to provide for the beauty of the Creator. This is the change. This is where nothing matches, nothing fits into everything we've been told up to now. We said to John, forget about the cities. You don't need the he wants a city of lights. I can give you as many lights as you like. You can build every day one cup of light which flies, make your own city, but it has no citizens. And if we live this life, it's not that if it's here. The way we are pushing it through, new ways, now with Iran, and then very soon, next few weeks, governments, organizations see what's happening coming up. Depending how you post these data and how you bring people back to health. The way the Brazilians, we set a Brazilian group for handling the media and the government in Brazil, and they're working like crazy. I see them in the background since yesterday. You bring the changes, and then you have it on your hand. When you live the new way, when you live the way which is there now, we are forced with Corona. Now we are forced back with a new knowledge. It's just, as I said, you know, they call it punch drunk. When you get somebody hit so much, doesn't know where it is anymore. Now we're getting hit by another new wave of technology, science. You had the Corona, you have a small part of the world, a few of them killing each other because of the race or whatever. And the president goes hiding in a bunker saying, I just went to visit because I'm afraid of my life. They could missile me. Then what happens? All this finished. No one can call you, you bring me any books who tells you how his life is going to be from now on. So where are we going to go? What us as a human being going to do in next coming days and weeks and months? Now we know what is about to hit us. Is 20 of you, you think? Well, 60 people. The beauty of this paper, which Universal Council has sent, is saving man's life by himself. And when he does that, I'll tell you something, guns, the way we saw it in China, becomes normal vocabulary to speak about in the next few months. The way they do in Iran. In Iran, everybody knows about the guns. Everybody has heard, everybody buys the bottle. I showed you the picture in the teaching. So, with what is upon us. You see, if I can find it rapidly as I want to find it, I don't know if I can get to it. You have to understand how much in the United States you are behind Iran. Gunpowder in the mosques, given to people, northern people, to drink at home, not to get corona. And then they say, well, that's right, in Iran is law because we give it to the mosques free. Told you, I tell you what it is very soon. These are gunpowders distributed in mosques with food for people to prevent them from getting it. It's become part of Iranian culture. Very rapid, and they all know what the gas is. If you count it on this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's around about, let's say, 15 or 20. That's 150 families. Average of 5, that's 750 people. in a mosque in the more what called populated, densely populated in south of Tehran. And you know what's the beauty of it? When people walk in to take these with them home, nobody looks at the other back, nobody takes one from the other side, because they know in that side, people depend on that for their life. I promise you, we put this in Europe, half of these will have one bottles or one bag missing because others will take it. Life has to be respected, and we don't do. Doesn't matter if it's alien or if it's ours, and I think very soon mankind have to find a new word for people from outside. We can't call them aliens. We alienate them from the beginning, we are heading for a problem. We have to find a new solution, new way of thinking, and even put it in our vocabulary and words and life. The space brothers and sisters, Gans buddies, because they carry the same energy as we do. Or do we have to create a word that everyone on this planet knows that these people are friends? We even have to write new vocabulary for all this. That everybody on this planet understands. The way versus computer versus understand with the computers. We say GANs, now everyone knows that. What are we going to call our friends from space? And how are we going to find out from which planet or which galaxy or which they come from? And in a way, what are we going to worship? Each other's soul, each other's perfection, or we worship a new light? Or do we start really worshiping the light of the Creator? You thought you got problem. I have just made you problems for your conscious, for your ethos, for your understanding, for our way of living, or is it for our vision? One of the most visionary men of our century or our time is this man, without a doubt, if you knew what he has achieved. we don't have anyone more visionary than this man that has led a nation, not a group, into superiority in everything they can do in isolation. And in so many ways, what are we going to do? Into what extent we're going to accept that there is no limitation in any of us, color, race, religion, or whatever. The first thing is going out of the window with this new technology. The first, what I call victim, the first one gets, in a way, abandoned is the religion. Because a lot of things in the books would not match the science. With the science, you can see which one you're going to accept. What's in front of you, or something was said 6,000 years ago, modified to suit a few rabbis. Was there ever a truth about the ship? Or was it in reality in a spaceship? You call it a ship of know-how with everything on it? Yes, the ship came, but was from every citizen of the universe to see the beauty of this land. Not one, two goats and two camels and two men and two ships. Isn't this what we are teaching today when we speak about the spaceships, the ones who are here and they travel with the souls from every corner of the universe? They come here to see us, to see what beauty this planet has. Hasn't the man been told the same thing some 10,000 years ago, and man changed it to feed him, and he changed it to a ship and a spaceship? How much of riddles and lies are we going to accept now that we know more? Isn't it time for the new mother of generation to generate new cycle for the universe that all stay the same, all become the same? Isn't it time that in trying and in becoming to unify mankind, we unify the whole of the universe? It is an amazing time if mankind knew how kind the Creator has been to us. Then the strangest thing for man will be how fast we can adapt to it. We adapt to it through our physicality, or do we adapt to it through our soul? The strangest thing for man will be his own behavior. His own reaction to the light of Creator.
Hi, Mr. Cash.
Yeah.
I'm Kimia from
Hello.
Egypt. Can I ask another question?
You're the one who has started the whole trigger job.
Yeah, I think I guess, but I don't know. Thank you for all amazing things that your answer was very, I don't know, honestly, and solved my problem. Thank you for that.
I hope it solves your problem finding a man from a space too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Actually, I was searching for this object next past week about star seeds and what became the children of humans and other races. You said they came to Earth before and they were shy and looking for love in humanity. So obviously they could have some children before, and what happened to them and what will be the universe for them.
What do you mean?
The children of human and other races. Some they
Yeah.
call them star seeds and put names for
No,
them.
we will. They live together like we live from other countries with each other.
So
They
they're
should-
not here, or
It's just we learn more ways of live. Our children now like to play computer games or go to cinema. Most probably they go stargazing with their new friends and they teach them more tricks because they're the newcomers. I don't think it's a bad thing. Your generation will see one of the biggest changes in humanity for some 10,000 years. The most beautiful thing is how a man who, as you know in Quran says, a man cannot marry more than four wives. And I was talking to religious people in Iran. Why did Muhammad say these things? He said, because, in Iraq and the other side of the Arab nations, 9 men used to share one woman. That was allowed because they used to bury the women the minute they born. As they came out of the womb of the mother, they buried in the sand if it was a woman. And they said to the woman, there was a dead child, it wouldn't born. So Muhammad said he can have 4 wives. That was a big relief when 9 were sharing one. At least this way, it stopped the killing of the women. A lot of people don't understand the wisdom of what Muhammad brought. So now we come to the point of what are we going to do with the children upper space with us. As I said, it's very funny if you think of it in the depth of it. Do we make a bedroom for them? Or do we make a spaceship because they're light? They have to be in the, they want to be in the energy zone. How we communicate with our children. None of us has been to the soul languages school. So, can I ask you a question? You're 23. Are you married?
No, I'm not married. I'm 22 years old.
Doesn't mean you're not married. They marry you according to the book by 9 years old. So you're not married yet.
No,
So,
I'm,
no. How do you see the future with what you know?
about
Would
Iran
you
or man.
prefer an Iranian guy, handsome, with everything you can dream about? Or would you prefer a soul from the space? Or would you like one of each?
I already chose my way. I prefer the soul.
How do you see the future at your age with what you know?
Well, I know that physicality would last is, I don't know, for many people to be beautiful is very important, but in the future it won't matter anymore because you can choose what you would look like. You can choose your own body. So the future.
Do you choose it according to what you like, or do you choose it according to what you love to have? Do you change
What
yourself for
love?
yourself, or would you change it to be to beauty to the eye of your lover?
I think the beauty of my lover.
Then where are you going to exist?
I didn't even have started my journey to universe, so I can't answer that question now. But I think wherever he wants me to be, I don't know. Giving love is much more important than I ever had in my life. So I would love to make other people happy, or my lover especially.
What do you study in Iran?
Aerospace engineering.
Final year or master?
Not just not master. I'm still a student, but not going to university anymore because of Corona.
Final year?
Yes.
Which university?
Urmia, UUT.
Okay.
The
In Northwest.
yes.
What do you learn as a in your field? What do they teach you? How to make aircraft?
Well, yes, but how the engine works, or how some so simple things, they were not so complicated. How to we actually learn how to build an aircraft or something like that, but not very specific details.
How many
Just
of your
the basic.
how many of your classmates are women? Or are you the only one?
And now I just know a man.
Pardon? Are you the only one?
No, I don't know any women.
You don't know. There's no women in your department or you're in your class.
No, there is about 5 or 6 girls. They were with me.
In the class.
Yes.
How do you feel that before even you get your degree, your line of studies as an engine and aircraft is already out of date? And another
Well,
university
I'm disappointed.
working. Or
Wasting
would
my time. That was the basic of asking the last question because I wanted a vision to future.
are you one of those elite students or one of the gifted ones or just the normal students?
And now I was gifted. I guess because I was a formal sample student of Tehran and people called me gifted.
Okay. Go through the private chat on the Persian channel. Contact me.
Mhm.
I'll take you to the Sharif Nejat University.
Okay.
Not to Sharif, sorry. I'll take you to Iran, what we call the 5 million university, to join us in that side.
Thank you.
If you're one of the gifted, then we would
That
teach
would be
you,
amazing.
right? Go through my private channel, get in touch with me. And as we start a new process, I love to have women in the structure in there. And as you're a gifted student, it's easy for us to get you and bring you in because you have an insight. It's easier to get the others to see.
Thank you very much. That would be a pleasure for me.
It'll be a pleasure to have you on board if we can do it.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Any other questions? What is the vision of the other people? With what is in front of you and what you know is going to happen. Oh, you're too scared of what about to come. How do you feel? Just 1 second. I have a boy who needs to pay attention to.
Don't be shy. If you can't find your hand to raise it, just go ahead and open your microphone. Just please one at a time only. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, very good. Mr. Keshe, Hustan has a question or a comment for you.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Sorry I'm bothering you again. I'm from Urumia too. I'm a friend of Kimia. Can I join the group too?
Which group?
That you were talking about.
We have to see.
Okay.
We have to see what it is and what
Actually, I was
we.
writing to you in private chat.
I get hundreds.
I know.
I just go blip blip. No.
I know.
And
Very hard.
thank you very much. We'll try to answer to some. We are not committed to Iran space program. We are committed 100% to change the course of technology and science in Iran, and with it, the rest of the world. As I said, you read the Farsi. We have the same vision as Iranian leadership will make Iran the bedrock of the new space technology. This is how we see it, and to me is the same as we work so hard trying to bring other things in line around the world and to see how we can change things. When you speak to Kima and other friends, we can somehow see how we can collaborate to bring many of you in line and in a way to teach you the new way. Any other question? No more hands raising?
Mr.
No more.
Keshe,
There we go.
There we
Mark
go.
from Titan. When does this party begin?
Oh, it all depends on one more answer to the whole structure of the creation. I'm sure your soul will be invited as the rest of the, what we call the soul of the universe. Then the party begins. One more yes to start the party. So we're waiting. The whole human race has to be ready to be able to have, the human race has to move in next months into a rapid way of changing things. And we have a small window of time to do it. The problem is the whole structure of this planet has shaken. A lot of things will not going to look the same. From this week, some of the European nations will open up and they're going to overrun everything. Then now we have to open up continents and then open up big nationalities. When are we going to let the Chinese to come back? When are you going to let the Americans to travel? Because all of them have got the infection. Do we go back to the time when we used to fly, as we say in English, with the seat, with the seat of our pants? Because that's what we're going to do. You get in the plane, 400 passengers, seats, okay, we're trying to be corona safe, 100 passengers in a jumbo jet. Prices will go up because we all have to justify for the empty seats. And then what if one will have a corona of the leg, one will have a corona of the lung, one will have the corona of the head, one will have the corona of testicles, and one will have the corona of the foot. So 6 people, 100 of you. I assure you, you get off the plane, all coronas. So which one of you would like to fly with me? You don't know what I have, huh? Or we say, okay, whatever I get, I agree, it will be done. It's one of the biggest problem with the corona. All of you, you spray your body when you get in. You know, as I said before, now that we are deaf, the first thing you spray, you go in and out, is your foot, your shoe, the bottom of your foot, the bottom of your shoe. The head is safer. And how far are we going? And how far are we going to enjoy it? We got to understand what is about to come. We have to understand to what level we're going to change it and how much change we're going to accept. To what level we're going to sit and understand. We are going to accept the new changes. We got to understand how much we're going to agree on the changes. And as I just said today, young girl just now, she studied so much and the whole knowledge has changed. This is where it's going to be. A lot of our educated people, a lot of our highly educated people find no relevance in their education. The beauty of it is how, to what extent we can carry, as I said in the teaching last few weeks, the whole of nations, the whole of humanity with us. We saw in the Brazilian teaching how they went to the indigenous people in Amazon and they've given them the gas to save them. Now, what we learned, we have to teach them at the same time. Because now they know about the gas as much as you do in New York, in Washington, in Tehran, and everywhere in the world. No knowledge has been spread like this ever on this planet. And don't forget, we are spread at this level with all the bands, all the everything the richest people in this world, on this planet, have thrown to take. No television presentation, no radio presentation, nothing on the internet except what they plan to do to destroy. You can imagine in the next few weeks, as the corona with the scientific paper coming out, people get to know, then what's going to happen? And then if we create that condition, and if we come to that understanding that we develop the knowledge, the science, elevate our souls and our technologies, that we can see the others amongst us, what is going to be the mayhem for mankind. Whatever American defense technology can throw out, with one look, with one think, with one thoughts, they can override. Mankind has a problem in communicating with the soul of another man. These guys coming from depth of a space have a knowledge, understanding, and total comprehension, because now we open the door to them. They are part of us. The safety of us is safety of them, and vice versa. With one look into the depth of the metal which makes that bullet or rocket, and they change the heart of the soul of the atom. Doesn't want to work, it changes. And nothing works. Isn't it what we taught in teaching years ago to all of you? In the foundation, we have a technology that very simply the rockets will never leave their silos. Do we change the rocket, or now we have a knowledge that we can reach the soul of the metal or ingredient of the matter they use? Now that you understand how the teaching and what man is going to face in the coming years will be the same. I said to my friends in Iran, I said, you know, guys, well, it'll be nice. It will be very, very nice if we can put one of our systems next to the space lab and say hello to them in the window. Through the window, they look, now you can see them, they get shocked, they see some lights, they take pictures of it. Can you imagine two Iranian, one with a mustache and one with gorgeous eye of a woman, say hello to them by the window? It takes us 5 minutes to get them. It took them 19 hours to get up there to lock last time, and the guy got so excited, banged his head at it. He couldn't believe his luck he got there alive.
I have a question here.
Yes, of course. And then you have to
Before-
answer it yourself.
No.
You carry the soul, you have the knowledge. Come on,
If I would know the answer, probably I wouldn't ask the question, but here goes.
you get the answer by the time you finish your sentence. Carry on.
So, before we go to talk about other races and other species, let's talk about what we have here on Earth at the moment. And let's take the example of the typical example of a woman with a spider. So there are two ways a woman can react to a spider that just landed on her shoulder. The first reaction is screaming, running around the room in circles, asking, get it
Jumping up the chair.
off, and trying to smack everything around just to get the spider off. The second option is you look at the spider, you put your finger towards it, allow the spider to walk on your finger, and then place it somewhere where you might think that it would be its habitat in this area of plants or wherever you can throw it, or just off the window. So the question is, what triggers our reactions to it, and what triggers that fear towards that little tiny creature that we don't even understand what its soul wanted when it landed on that woman's shoulder. And if we have a reaction to this kind of creature, which is on earth, we live with them, we know about them, we study them, we even know that they're harmless, most of them, and yet we react so defensive against them, and we just try to get rid of them like the hurricane came over our shoulder. So what triggers us to do that, and how can we react differently? Because this is instant reaction with majority.
It is partially what has been put in our head, and partially what we accept as a habit of acceptance. It's not just a spider, it's the state we accepted they're a danger to our life. So we react to it. Or it's out of the habit. For example, there are men in this world today that they're allergic to women. They cannot stand women. They go sick. But by tradition, they have to show themselves to be a man, to have children. Or they choose to become homosexual, man partners or whatever, or not interact with nobody. What fear brings that? Why are we sometimes fear of a snake? Why, when, for example, you go about the women or the spider, these men, when they come in touch with women, they go sick, psychologically sick. For weeks, they can't move them. In extreme cases, they have to literally hospitalize them. Even touching on the road by accident, the woman brings them that phobia. We have these cases. It's not just a spider. The present, what we call ruler of one of European countries, has this problem. One of the kings in Europe is allergic to women, but on the face of it has 4 daughters. Every time he touches what's supposed to be the queen, he spends a week in bed sick. He cannot stand women. To him, it's the worst thing ever. But because he's the king, they have to show he's got children. But he has no problem having a man as lover. If you're afraid of a tiny thing, why of another person? Why we are scared of heights? Can we solve it? You can. I've done many. Even those who have a fear of spiders. I don't know about the king. I don't want to touch that king. That's another subject. I'll tell you some other day who he is. And I presume most of you know which king has 4 daughters in Europe. You use your soul. You use your energy of concentration. And you elevate their soul. 2 choices. You can elevate your own soul to reach the soul of the spider. Just because you're bigger doesn't mean you have a higher soul than the spider. Maybe if you understand now with the knowledge you have to the soul of the spider, you fall in love with it. You ask him, are you male or female? I want to marry you. I want you to be my friend. Show me how you live. It's a fear that built in us. It's a fear. You can do it with a combination of ganses now till you learn how to do it. You can get rid of a lot of fears. Then all of us will do the same. All of us will put a hand out. We'll take the spider. Where would you like me to take you? When you finish eating here, call me. I'll come and take you to somewhere else so I know better. This is what I tell you. Why are we going to another part of the universe or look for those who are our guests, our brothers and sisters from the space? Now that we understand this, how can we understand the soul of the spider, the language of it? You heard about the horse whisperer, the guy who speaks to horses, because he understands. He tuned to the, maybe in English, in mechanical word, to the frequency of their thoughts. I've seen many women jumping on a chair as is the end of the world, and they say, there, you look for it, you can't even see it. From that tiny little thing, and have you seen them when they get off the chair? They bash the man. Didn't I tell you to pick it up? Didn't I tell you to do that? They can handle the big guy, but that little tiny things put their fright into them. We can learn a lot. We are learning very little by little. If you look in the market nowadays, they have found the frequency which ants don't want to be in. They found the frequency where the bees and spiders don't like to be. And you just plug it, you put it on the wall, and it makes a specific frequency. The mouse, the rat, and the animals don't come. We don't hear it. If we have managed to find a noise frequency, I'm sure we can find their other frequencies, their soul, the way we can find ours. And how can we elevate? You see, the biggest problem for mankind is that he's called himself top of the animals. And how if we call ourselves to be the top of the animals, so we have to understand the bottom ones. We should understand the language. Leadership by killing is not a leadership. Leadership by understanding and accommodating is a true leadership. And as a humans, we haven't achieved that. We have run things by fear. Animals are frightened us because we kill them. Our different human beings are afraid of us because we have a gun. We have first time opportunity to understand others, truly others. And how do we react to what you call aliens, to what you call brothers from space, our Gansi brothers, or whatever you call it, our plasma brothers? Isn't this, if you're in that state, you see the emotion, you see the energy of the soul, and you can work with it. You know if it loves you, you know if it hates you, what is the reason for it. If I change a little bit of the emotion or the energy towards this thing, you see the bright color, you say, okay, so that means it likes. And you always try to get the best, you give the maximum to get it. The only way you see another soul bright is if you shine on it, if you give from your energy to it. That the interaction of it with your field manifests the light to you, the emotion to you. As I said in the teachings before, when you look at the sun, not all of us see the sun in the same light. This is a total fallacy. We see the light according to the strength of our soul, according to the strength of our vision in magnetic field. The same as we don't see all red color of one size like every other one. It is red within a bandwidth. We all see that. And we have to create it to see it. And so maybe in the coming time, some of us will see the what I call the soul, and the others don't see. You will laugh and you talk and you joke, but the people near you have no idea, because to them it's not at their frequency, it's not at their strength of the plasma, it's not at what they see. I call it a mobile headphone disease. And you say, what did you talk to me? And you look, nowadays they have a little white things in their ear and they're talking to somebody else. Would it be the same with all of us? Is the humanity in for a big, big surprise? Do we need to spend all our energy and all our time with what we know now to create systems that continuously guarantees peace amongst us and the others that we understand them? You have now, if you've been in China, you can buy a little machine you carry in your pocket, and you speak Chinese, and it translates it to 30 languages. I call mine my girlfriend. She's very good. She speaks perfect Chinese, except she makes some mistakes. She swears a lot because whatever he doesn't understand, it starts with the word F. And then we have to say, sorry, it's a mistake. I have to change. Do we? Are we going to spend our time developing technologies that we see the strength of the soul, confirmation of existence, respect for what we discover? One of my biggest joys, I know is going to happen when we run these new enhancement units. You will see strangers, you call them, in there, because I've developed it in a way that it can feed anyone from any part of the universe. Don't be surprised if you get in and you feel something else inside. Somebody else has come to tap up, has come to have a look, has come to maybe need the spectrum of the energies according to his heartbeat. One of the first things you enter the machine is the heartbeat. It'll drive you crazy, the heartbeat. Because the heartbeat will tune to your heartbeat. And when you don't hear it, it means it's reached your level. It means you have reached the perfection. When we showed the system for the first time in Vienna some months ago, it brought shock. It changed with everyone's heartbeat. And a German guy, if I'm correct, he was German, he sat there and he stopped the heartbeat. And it's on 6 machines. He could tune his soul, his energy, to the heartbeat of systems. And we had a queue of people. Everybody wanted to be in the machine to feel it. But they didn't know what they feel, but the one there, it gave them some vision, it gave them some other things. But with a new enhancement machine, will reach your soul. I've designed it that way. I have released some of the secrets of universe to those who put different part of it together. I learned from the Russians during the communist time when they made the clock, they made the box in the east of Russia, they made the arms of the clock in the west of Russia, they made the face of it in the south of Russia. Nobody knew what this thing is till he actually got to one place and he got assembled. In one of the systems will be said specifically for people who are mentally not there, as you call it, that it brings them to perfection. We reach the soul. And how are we going to react? How much energy are we going to put into it? Is our eye a window to our soul, or is our eye the way our soul moves in and out of its place? Maybe mankind very soon find out even why he's got an eye. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, Mark again. When you were speaking about Arizona with the enhancement units, you said that it would have been better if it had another floor, the building. Why did he actually say that?
Can you repeat it?
The building in Arizona, where the enhancement units are going to be placed.
Yes.
You actually said, I can't remember which session it was, that it would have been better if it had another floor.
Yes, we would like it to be further up, that the interaction of the field of the system does not interact with the Earth gravitational system. That's all. I explained it there and then. From the art tests that what we run in China, we've seen that. And actually, I was talking yesterday, seeing the videos of it today is confirmed to be 100% correct.
Mr. Keshe, in that way, if the units are placed in a high altitude part of the Earth, like on a mountain, would that be better than at a, say, a sea range level? Or is it more the connection with the ground of the Earth that actually makes the difference? You have to elevate it off the surface of the Earth, whether you're at a high altitude or low altitude.
I don't think that matters because we live on that area we do when we interact with. So if you're on a high altitude, you have a different behavior, but most of our reaction comes with the inertia level than the gravity level. Because we are made of it. It is good if you can, for example, sleep on the floor or sleep in the garden without these, what we call human-made pieces of metals we sleep on the bed and the springs and everything else. Try to sleep on a leather furniture and you try to sleep on a normal bed. You'll find out the depth of the sleep and comfort on the leather furniture or beds is much, much higher than you sleeping on a normal mattress, as you call it. Or if you lie on the floor, because leather is a natural product. It's the same as us. Energy transfer is very subtle. I make sure wherever we live, there's always leather furniture for sitting, for resting, for everything. Because it's of the same amino acid near us, and so it is not that hard to understand how we transfer energy to it and we receive it. Any other question?
Thank you very much for being here with us today, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much for it. As I said, your time, we try to speed up the process as fast as we can. There's a lot to even today's teaching. We teach a lot with what is on the horizon and what is coming. Gradually, we bring the ethos of the thoughts and the physicality and the systems together, that the man has a full option. It's no use me teaching you where your soul is and how your soul is if I cannot give you the option to free your soul from your physicality, and not give you the option to not to free it, but to allow it to be in a way collaborating with it together. This is what in so many ways we are hiding in many of the new systems which are putting out, because especially the new enhancement unit will allow you, it's designed to. When we were setting the prototype for testing, even people were with me were not aware of what's happening with them. I could see the light, I could see the strength of their soul, because the system allows it. And when I wasn't there and they did some tests themselves, they tell you funny things what happened to them. They solved a lot of psychological problems themselves. A lot of things have been sorted. And people love just to walk in, just to be there, because the system creates that condition. I think in the long run, like with Arizona, people don't care the machine is in there. You'll find them the space around the building, they park, because the field goes beyond the boundary of the building. We know that. We have a good experience of it. We know exactly how far it can go. Don't forget, if you go back to some of the teachings where John took what they call the two bars and he went outside. And from 200 feet or whatever they were measuring it, that was a tiny little macro system. These are set up to deliver massive, massive plasma fields. I think we should buy the whole property land around it, that we rent a space car park, or how much or where it, which side is good for what disease. John, you must start buying as much land as you can around there. We're running 10 systems in that building. It's a massive powerhouse. I imagine not many people will need even to go into the machine. When you must run the systems, anybody in that building will receive every aspect elevation of the soul. We know we had this experience, if any of you remember, with Ali in Canada. You could see, they could see fields from miles from his house, kilometers away. They knew there was something there.
So with 10 machines, how far do you think kilometer-wise would it go to the fields? Plus minus.
I'll let you know when John measures.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Keshe, there is a question in the chat that I could read to you if you'd like to take it.
Yes.
Why 2 eyes? To learn to discern and then understand how unity can be restored? Question mark. So they're asking why we have 2 eyes, and could it be so that we learn to discern and then understand how unity can be restored?
Oh, man chose that 2 eyes because there is some systems, like you have to understand, because of the copper structure of our existence, we have a split part, 2 half. Go back to the teachings, it's been explained. I can't remember. Rick is here. Rick, would you remember when we talked about this in one of the teachings? Because of the existence of the copper in our physical part, we have been split in 2 halves. Is part of characteristics of having copper in the structure, and some of the metals carry that kind of structure. So each part wants to have its own everything, independent of the other. The left wants his eye, his part of the operation. The only thing is, more or less, if you understand, even our lips is in 2 halves. When you have a stroke, the twist comes up to 1 half, the other half is nothing to do with it. But because of the push of it, it twists the other side. That's why you in a way have a half a stroke. This is the decision made that everything is there. We share our stomach. Lungs are 2, and they work on a sequence. Your nose are 2, each one works on its own. There's a 1-hour rest between each one. Just because you breathe all the time, you don't literally use both of your noses, both holes in a way, and the same with your lung. They work in tandem. One takes more rest than the other one, that they can repair, they can have a rest. You get tired 24 hours a day. So actually the lungs work 12 hours, and the nose the same. We share the stomach and intestine between the 2, because that's the digestion, and they know they can rely on the soul to receive energy if they need it. It's just a top up. If you notice, you even have 2 testicles and 2 ovaries, because one side doesn't trust the other side. that it will reproduce one of its own. It is everything. Somebody said to me, Mr. Keshe, why do you always teach through sex and sexuality and reproduction? I said, very simple. Mankind, from the second is born, has one objective: to make a copy, to regenerate. Everything else goes on that path. How to have food, have this, that, get married, have a wife. Look at the lions, the same thing. The whole structure on this planet is set in that way, to reproduce, to guarantee the survival. And in that ways, body has chosen, if one half doesn't work, I still have the other one. You chop a leg off, I still can help with the other one. You cut a hand off, I still can cut. But we work, we feed each other as well if something happens to the other. When the two go cripple, that's where the problem is. So two eyes is because of the two sides of the system. And then, as you said, creates that division of the side. As I say, if they're with the Chinese, they always have to think which one is the correct one. It's amazing if you get the Chinese. I've done so much tests in the past 2 years when I lived there, and they don't know it, what you're doing, but you know what you're doing. You push something to one side, they don't see it. You move it slightly to the side, they pick the eye on it. We can blindside the Chinese very, very easy, but they don't know. And then we hear about the third eye. It's a very good. I think it was a place where it used to be a hall. Any other question? You got to learn very, very fast. Otherwise, it'll be a big time missing. As I said, this time, the board is not going to wait for other people to catch up. Now it's time to run, to be that catch up, to catch up with everything.
Mr. Keshe, I have a question. Good
Since
evening.
when you never had a question? Yes, good evening.
Equal to enhancement unit. Cup 1 to the head, cup 2, both legs. The feet, I mean.
What? Why do you dream so much and come up with these things, Jalal?
You think it's dreaming? It's not, it's real.
No, no, I mean, you envisage things, not a dream, maybe it's the wrong word, but a cup 1 wasn't made for the head. Cup 1 is made for all the souls of every cell of your body. If you want to put it on the head, put it on the head. I have a beautiful picture. I don't know if it can, I think Camden is in public. Let me see if I can get it. And then one day, you will understand what I see. And this picture has a lot of meaning for those who understand. It comes from one of these, what do you call it, GIFs. And I see people, physically a lot of, even the soul in a different way. Let me show you what I see, but in a totally different angle, in a different way. Because when I saw it, I said, whoever has made this knows exactly or has a vision of it, what it is.
Can we use it in public,
it's-
Mr. Keshe?
I think it can be done. I think it can be done. But don't forget, we are not in public, we are in the back, in the private.
This is a public meeting.
So, and I use this. I use this as a way of life. And as usual, just give me a chance. I have to go to it. Can I share? Yes. So many ways. I tell you, I see through you. You cannot lie to me. There we are. This is how most of the time I see people. People try to lie to me. You cannot lie. It's impossible. I accept, I listen, but you cannot lie. And that light is another, if you understand, every cell of you has a soul. You are like this. You have a sun in every cell. And people don't see. I have to listen to so many lies. It just blows my head up. But it's part of that till people see, I see your soul. I see everything. And this is what I see. This is how I live. And I lived like this. People, as you are physical to me, but on the other hand, I see you as a light. I can see, I know the intention. Soon mankind will understand this. And when you hear me, I tell you, I've said many times, I am the light. So I don't need to look, but you live, you have to, because it's part of your physicality. But you cannot fight with every day with everyone. You're lying to me, you're lying to me, you're lying to me. Okay, yes, and I walk away. And then they try to convince you for what they've done. You don't. Those days for mankind is over. Sometimes when I see people show things and we see on the other side, what do you do? What can you do? How do you want to handle the humanity? And as they tell me, Mr. Keshe, you always say, you have time, you have a patient, because you have no other choice. You have to wait for the maturity. When you tell someone how beautiful they are and they can't see it, they don't understand what you see, It's because you see the light, what comes from their soul. They're blind because they've never been that way to look. How many times you heard me, I say, in front of me, you're naked, doesn't matter wherever you are, on the other side of the earth, or here, or whatever else. And as I explained in the teaching, on Thursday, I have every knowledge to change things, but do you have to do it every time? There's one rule, and the rule is, we want, we get. If we desire anything to have, we always get it. Not because we can, because we are correct. This is one of the reasons I'm detached, because I know if I want, I get always at current. When it's a time for it, it's there, even to the Keshe Foundation. When it doesn't happen, it means it's not the time. We work for the change of the humanity, for the change of time. When the whole human race is not ready for that time, we have to wait. It's very much trying to get on a bus. Till the bus doesn't arrive for all the people going to the same destination, you can't get on a bus. You have to wait. But there's one thing for sure. If you sit in my place, if you know what I know, what I desire, I always get. Because we are correct, we know why, and it doesn't come out of a physical need. It comes in what is good for the society. I could have released the enhancement unit 20 years ago. But mankind wasn't ready for it because nobody taught about the soul. Nobody taught about how you can change fields. We have never failed to get what we want because we created it. We know how to get it. But we give it time and respect that the maturity of time comes. And that's why we have the patience. We see the process. It's just like you see, this is the television at the end of the production line. You need all the pieces to come together to put the television together, become a television. I've never failed to get what I want. Never, ever. And never it's going to be the first time of it. Because what we do is for totality. And what we set will come to that point. And it doesn't matter how you turn and twist it. Understanding the creation gives you that insight, not the power, that beauty, that you can do things and still everything to be correct. Because you see everything with it. There's a story. A man, I've said this before, maybe somebody you heard it. A normal man, ordinary man, goes to see a one who he believes in. And he says to him, you come all this way to see me. What do you want? He says, I want to be the richest man in my land. He says, why do you want the wealth for? He says, I've been working. I know what it means. I want to be so rich that I can give to the others and serve you. That what you wish can be heard by many people. He says to him, if that's your true wish, it's granted. You will receive. In less than a handful of years, he became the richest man in his nation. But he never forgot his promise, and he kept his promise, and his wealth grew beyond. His children broke their promise. and everything stopped. That's why they say, you make sure your children carry your soul. That what you promise, they understand is part of their soul, that promise is kept. What we set out will not be stopped, because we know it's for not only good of mankind, it's for beginning of the next step. And I've said many times, I wish I get, but I don't need it, because I've become detached from holding. The world, if all of you learn, if the way I live, the way you live, is the world works to facilitate your need as the time of need. You break the rule, you get the cruel, as they call it. The cruelty comes to you. So you wish, you get. Doesn't matter in what shape or form. When I was young, I knew this, and I used to do it with my mother, and she says, Mehrani, this has to stop. How do you do this? I said this before. We went to Home Office in England. I don't know if many of you know, those days 40 years ago, we had to renew our visa passport every so often. And it's like 50, 60 windows, and there's about maybe 500, 1,000 people waiting for a queue. I used to go, my mom used to come because it was a long way from Manchester to come. She used to come with me to go to London. And I did this 2 or 3 times. I used to walk in, he says, what are you doing? I said, I'm looking for the most beautiful girl in the counter. And I said, this is it, I'm gonna go there. He says, Mehran, there's about 400. Every time we ended up with a beautiful girl. He says, how do you do this? I said, I wish it, I get it. I don't like to deal with the ugly people because they always create problems. You have a beautiful girl, your job gets done so quick. I think always, we used to get done and go, never had to go back again. The last times I went with her, somebody says, you choose, we know we're going there, this is what's going to happen. If you look at it, it's not the randomness. You have to see how many people ring the bell, number 49, number 10, number 20, and the timing comes to be there. I was in the Chinese embassy very recently, and there were windows. And I knew one girl I get the visa done, the documents I wanted to be done. And there was an hour of waiting. 10 minutes, there was a girl, my job was done. And I was trying to do it for 3 weeks with the others, wouldn't go anywhere. You can do the same. Because I don't go there to say, this is what I want. I explain to the soul, if you can get my papers done, it gives me so much pleasure. I don't need to come to be on a train and the rest of it. It's my pleasure. You give me a lot of pleasure. If I can have your cooperation, that I can, your work gives me the pleasure of not coming back. And that soul says, yes, done. And this is now a lot of you can do because you learned it, you can do it. Universal Council wished for peace 3 years ago. 2 years, you got it. Americans have done everything to start the war. The guns don't fire. I said very recently funny things. If you understand the humor of it and the sense of it. A couple of weeks ago, he said, we started nuclear bombs and everything else. When the corona came in, he went and he hid in that bunker, in the nuclear bunker of the White House. You can see the irony of it. He's afraid of his own nuclear. He doesn't know which one's going to hit him. Because nobody else is involved with him. Why does the president need to go and hide in a bunker? Any other question? Anything else?
Alex, do you have anything for Mr. Keshe?
No, Mr. Keshe, I don't see anybody stepping forward.
Have you frightened everybody into corners, testing their soul?
Well, I think I did that at the beginning.
I heard your teaching is very nice. The amount of time you spend in doing things, trying to make it clear.
We don't want to leave anybody behind, so I want to condense it as much as possible in such a way that everybody has a chance to understand it through their own point of view. It's hard when you're trying to do years of teaching in just a few minutes, but I think the gist of it got through. I hope the gist of it got through. I know everything that you do has a tremendous force behind it. It's just 331 knowledge seekers workshops plus. For some people, it's hard to understand, but one thing they need to understand, and I'm sure everybody in this panel has no problem with it, is the amount of respect that is needed for someone to make that kind of achievement, because that is exactly what it is. It's an achievement. I want to be part of the group that thanks you profusely for making that happen.
It's part of what we came here. And in so many ways, we need to share. Most of this knowledge should have been shared a long time ago. Some of it was given to some and they abused it. And some of us, when we're given the knowledge and the wish satisfied, In abusing it, we harm many. And this will change from now on. This will change drastically. And the beauty of it is that this time there are not a few or one to change their message and their work on the way to suit them. This time the message is heard by everyone, and every soul is responsible for it, and every individual has the opportunity to make that difference in their own soul and their own way of living. And it's the last man standing, because we stand for our own conducts from now on. And those who think they can betray us, cheat us, we'll let them think. But you got to understand, we make our ways not to be harmed by it too. Just because we don't talk or we don't say, doesn't mean we don't act. My mother was so, because she knew me so well, she always says, I don't ever want to be on the wrong side of the line with you. You don't harm, but you make your way so divert that by the time I come to it, I end up in the wrong place. I never go harming, never done it like that. But those who harm me, I take such 180 degree as they think they're sitting next to me, but in fact they're 180 degree opposite. And they don't see it. Because I don't need to harm. I just take a different path. The path where I don't get harmed, because I'm responsible for it. I'm responsible for harming myself. I was explaining this today. The biggest punishment man takes is for stealing from his own soul. If I give you the opportunity for your soul to elevate and you refuse, you'll pay for it. Because you're stolen from it, you stop its elevation. And the soul knows. You can refuse a gift, but you'll pay for refusing it if it was in totality given, because they see there is a need for it that the gift is given. Depriving is a crime to every level, worse to the soul. Stealing from your own soul is worst thing can be done. Thou shalt not steal. And then you go down the line, years down the line, says, why it happened to me this way? Because you took from it before. So it's balancing the book for you to learn what you did. You allowed. You stole from your own soul. You didn't learn. This time again, you're stealing from your own soul by not letting it to elevate. You pay again. A fool does that. I always say to my children, why do you take something which is not yours, that you have to work 3 times more for what you've taken? I
Mr.
live that.
Keshe,
Yes.
can you give a real life example of how one steals from his own soul?
You stay in an abusive relationship, you're stealing from your soul. And all of you do it. Unless you know and you make your point that let it be, dating the abuse, but I free my soul to live his life. You live with an abusive husband, you live with an abusive wife, you live with a woman who betrays you or a man, and you suffer with it? No, you take a different road.
Wow.
And this is how it is. You get punished for abusing your own soul. And you all do it. With me, I don't. I turn a different line. Because you cannot damage, you cannot do anything to harm. That's the way they decide to be. They'll pay for it. You don't want to get hit by it, pay for it. Sometimes you close your eyes for different reasons, but you'll get boom. Thou shalt not steal. It's not from the others. You cannot, first of all, steal from yourself. Then you call it fibromyalgia. Then you say, I did something right, something wrong. And you walk into another relationship and you get tested again, but this time not necessarily in the relationship, but in the life of the relationship, because you still have to pay the damages you did before. Why do you see people go through the same cycle of different abuses, but the same? And when you break the chain, the abuser doesn't like it, which is you. You allow, you be. I know the person with me is betraying me. It's their right. They can do. But doesn't mean I have to stand it. I choose a different path. I don't let mine to be mixed up. I have a different way to go. Because if I stay there and watch the abuse, I'm responsible for my soul. I'm responsible for my suffering. And then you go into a relationship. That relationship will never see happiness because the partner is paying for your crimes without them knowing. It just happens. It's a cycle of life. You go to the next relationship. You go into the business. You go to a business. I never liked to be in partnership. I've had so many discussions and fight. Once I had to accept a partner because they were one of the large accounts in our company, and if they would have gone bankrupt, a large percentage of my business would have gone with it. So I had to go in to secure my own staff job. And after 12 months, I moved out, 18 months, I moved out because I always said, if partnership was a good thing, God would have opened a partnership company. because he has responsibilities. Business partners has to be on a direct ethics of acceptance that is totally, absolutely profitable, beneficial to both. And has to be in a correct way. People who go with partnership with the Keshe Foundation are always said, we take 51% ownership to control that. We know what we're doing. Everything else is yours. Run it the way you like. We are there to help you. It's not there we own 51%, you do what we say. No. It's very hard this way to break, unless you steal. Unless you steal, then we put controls on, everything is there. I don't ever think, is my partner stealing, is my staff is stealing. I tell all my managers, for years I've told them, you know they're gonna steal from us. You know they're gonna take a percentage of our goods goes to our staff and their families. So two things, price is up enough, that much for our own staff to steal, and make sure the staff have a right to buy things at the cost price, not the retail price for our 10%. But still, you find people who steal. It's their habit. You can't stop it. But if you give your partners in business equal right, doesn't matter you're a majority shareholder, let them run. You have the shares. You know if it's wrong, you can jump in. Let them run it. They have their own interest. They have to be in their intuition too. It's got to be what they call a partnership is, which is me, I say, it's my way. It's a partnership already failed before it becomes a partner. Be it your wife, be it your husband, be it your business partner, be it anything. But if you have a strong will, they always say this, because we can't say no to you. That's your problem if you have that feeling. A woman has to have the same voice equal to a man in the house. And most of the men have a problem with it. Why? Why do we have it? And then what happens? Everything else is there because they do what they like. You're not 24 hours a day home. A man in a company has to be on top of his company 24 hours. You're 12 hours a day out running your house, running your business, to bringing whatever you do to run the house. So it's their fault if they put their foot wrong, not you. And how you've been brought up, how you see, what you see, injustices done. And it's the same with men, it is bold to say. I always compare things in how I lived and how I felt in that environment. Did I like it? Was it something which I wanted? Then you do for what you want. You always have to consider in any position, what is in it? What do I do damage with my soul? Because end of the day, close of the book is the only thing you got to answer to. In my first marriage, I knew my wife is misconducting. I didn't go and fight it. No, I took my way. Because when it came to the time for it, and I didn't waste my time on it. I just took. When the time was right, I said to myself, that's the time, I walk out. And as the time came, I walked out. And everybody says, why have you left with 3 bags out of the house? She's wrong. You can put her on the street. I said, everything in that wall has dirt in it. I don't want to be part of it. They can keep everything. Because I'm detached from it. I didn't want my soul to be in that position. There is something very, very simple in understanding. You cannot steal from yourself. And then if you go and steal just to do it because I was wrong, I did wrong or whatever, you go through the same process of what you did wrong to yourself to pay again. Many times you go to a shop, the woman gives you extra money or whatever, you give it back. Or don't go home, oh, the woman gave me extra. That extra is what's short in the till. That night the child won't have a food to eat because the boss takes the money, you're short in the till, you're stolen, you're responsible. I ask, and it's been my way all the time. And a lot of people don't like, so why you keep on asking? Because you want me to abuse you? Are you a woman in the house just to be what I want? That's the Arab way. You go and live your way. The same with the husband, the same with children, the same with the cat, the same with the dog. In our house, the dog has the same way as the children and us. And he knows it. He barks it till he gets, I want you eating, I want food as well. And he comes to me and says, whatever is on your plate, I want as well. I want to see what, I don't want to eat, but I want to know what he said. I always have to give a piece of my food to Mr. Tupper. He says, do you want this? Is that what you want? He smells it, he tastes it, he smells it, and he walks away. And that's it, it's done. Because he has the same right. That's why we call him Mr. Tupper, because he's a being, he has respect for what he has. Every time we go out, Caroline has to buy him a toy. The house is a toy house for a dog because he expects to get a toy and he plays with them. And when he finishes with them, he's the tidiest dog I ever seen. He's got a corner, he knows. When he finishes with a toy, he puts it back because he knows we don't like toys around the house to walk. If I take a picture now of his toys, you cannot imagine a dog is so organized. He takes a toy, he plays with it, he puts it back. Better than the child because he's respected, he's honored for what is here, the pleasure he gives us. If I just now, because I sit in front of it now, if I take a picture of his toys, which is a toy house, you think somebody, Caroline or somebody, has organized his toys. He does it himself. He comes, he brings it in the middle room, he plays with it, he does whatever he likes, and goes and puts it back, and he goes and takes another toy. If you respect anybody with the soul, they respect you back. And you always ask, because you can always take. And this is what we have to learn. If you bribe to get, you get punished for it. But you ask for it, and you explain why and how, you'll get it. And what does Universal Council says? I'm present. I'm present. But what did you ask? Are you present in what? I'm present to give from my soul that allows that elevation of whoever is supposed to receive this, that they become to my elevation, or I come to elevation to understand them. And if you're a bit short, buy yourself a cup of man and think you're doing, or a ball to be your soul. If you understand the work of a soul, you don't talk to the body. It's a waste of time. You make your arrangement with the soul, agreed, every term agreed. The soul says, okay, this is the time, this is the term, just wait till we organize everything. That nobody gets, everybody gets what they want, because you wanted it, now everything has to move to that position that everybody accepts and agrees without anything. I never haven't done, since I knew, I understood, negotiated with a physicality. It's a waste of time. And always say, if it's not ours, it doesn't come to us. If it's ours, it comes, because this, I made an arrangement. If anything which is I wished, and it'll come to us, because we asked for it, we wanted it the way we want. The others move for you to receive. I give you the cup of man for a man to become wise, but with this cup of man, a lot of people have made the wrong man, and they expect it to work. In a way, some people think they found a shortcut with the cup of man, but in a way, I can tell you the truth. You know, they said we made gold, the testament. We made the cup of the man for the man to be tested if he's really man for himself. you got to understand, life of a man is a collective agreement of souls. And you got to understand, when you take a step to do something, always get the agreement of the souls. Then you let the physicality do what the time it needs to do and what it needs to be. When we were in negotiation in Iran, the Iranian team just posed their head, Mr. Keshe, everything. And I told them again and again, wait, there is a reason, there is a time, there is a purpose why we are doing it the way we are doing it. And you know, they told us 1 week the document was ready, we are waiting 3 weeks. I said, you don't see it. Mexicans have to be ready. Americans have to be ready. Brazilians have to be ready. Chinese have to be ready. All have to be ready. Now, when we bring the paper out, they need it. That it's time for everybody to enjoy, because this is not just something for you, it's for the whole. So all the souls on this planet have to agree when it's coming out. And then secondly, it comes out the way I wish, because I know the purpose of it. It doesn't come because we have to do it because it's ours, because I want world peace, and I know how this corona, how this paper, how this knowledge, how everything will be perfect, that I get to that point of celebration, to the birth of that child, to the birth of peace. Where the whole structure of peace can start, for not just man, for the soul of the man, where the soul gets fed, that it feeds the physicality, that then in that process, man does not need to kill anymore. Because man does not need to cut a tree to have a wood to burn. Man doesn't need to destroy anything. The commitment is to the whole of creation, what breathes on this planet. And then, because of the soul we brought in, she has a commitment to the universe, the same as him. So those two commitments goes together as one that brings the same thing right across. And I said this before, when we take man to space, we don't take man as subordinate, that he doesn't know anything, become a slave to it. But this means we raise the level of the understanding of the man to the level of theirs, and even them to the level of the man, because mankind has a lot of beauties. It's not a one-way traffic. If we could teach to the universe the love, the way mankind loves and shows his love, we have achieved the biggest achievement. It's not your computers, it's not your cars, it's not your rocket engine, it's not the property estate. It's the elevation of the soul. And this is the purpose. We are not here to teach you how to make God knows ganses and make cup of man. It's to show what you are good at in the physical dimension. You're good at elevating each other's soul. You call it the love. You call it the love of a you call it the love of a father for a son, for a child, a mother for his children, a man for a woman, which elevates it. Then, within the frame of correctness, teach it to the rest of the universe. Why do you think we are here? for the physicality which falls in love, and with that love can elevate others. And if that's the beauty of the man, let it be. Get the rough edges out, which is killing and destroying to possess and whatever. Oh, you guys on this planet, you don't know what gem you carry with loving, the way you fall in love. From a man or a woman, a dog, a scenery, whatever. So, what do you want to do? How do you want to take it? Make your turn with the soul. The physicality will march on. That's what the head of the Keshe Foundation says. How can I get that little spider? Speak to his soul. Understand his emotion. If he needs to bite me to get the blood, I give that energy of the blood from mine to you. And the spider moves because you already gave him what he needs. Because I need it to survive. Mankind has to move on. I have no choice. I'll put it this way, the amount of cancers you're making, very soon you move up without you knowing. The very first letters we tried to get to Obama, they refused to accept it at the White House. And an Iranian guy who's still around the foundation, he wrote the letter personally. He went to the White House and gave it. And Obama could not refuse answering it. Because he was received, he had to be answered. And in that answer, it wasn't very nice what he answered, but in a way it was the beginning of a beautiful relationship. Because he understood. And learned from Universal House. It was Universal Council. You've seen how what their wishes given from their souls has stopped the war leaders to fight. And in North America, as you heard, the 3 ex-chief of staff have told the present chief of staff, you don't put the army against people, not to kill. No thanks, you don't follow the president, you follow the nation. It's the first time ever chief of staffs have gone against incompetent leadership. Because they know they're responsible, they know what happened. Which is unheard of for chief of staff or heads of the armies to put such order out, ever. They become peaceful because they see it. When I was speaking to ex-head of CIA a couple of days ago, he says, we have no rulers, we have nobody here. We don't know who even to talk to, who to negotiate, because the president nobody accepts anymore. We are a country without a head. So the chief of staff, and they accepted, the army has accepted, it's not our problem. The police has done wrong enough. It's their problem to sort it out. It's not the army which goes and kills by race. It's the police. Since they've done wrong, now they have to answer to the people, not the army. This is not our problem. how much of your wishes, what you put in, has shared in the dimension of those who are the true leaders. 4 years ago, they put the things in, shoot as many as you can and go. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, I have a question. This is Brandon.
From?
From Almarak, America.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could speak a little bit. I feel like we got a taste of this earlier when the head of the Keshe Foundation read to us. You had said a few months ago that the Keshe Foundation was heading to a position of being free of hierarchy. And I'm wondering if you feel that we're there right now, or if you feel that's a position for the future. And is
What
there
do you
going
mean in that sense?
One more time, I'm sorry.
No, I said, what do you mean free of hierarchy?
Well, it was, I feel that I'm repeating something that you said.
Yeah.
So are you asking what do I think free of hierarchy?
In Keshe Foundation, the way we structured it is that we all work in our own way, and we have a very loose management style, which is more or less nobody is the boss. Even if you attend any of the meetings, I don't attend any of them recently. I think maybe it's a couple of years, a year, more than a year, 2 years, since Ella has taken the responsibility of it. She's a highly competent woman, and she's done a beautiful job with it. So we don't have a hierarchy. I mean, most of the management team of Keshe Foundation, maybe they're here. We don't have a boss. We say what we like, and whatever comes to it. And things are done that way. And the same with the Universal Council. There is no head of Universal Council. And this is a very dilemma, especially if you read the recent communications. The majority of the souls wishes who want to join something in that way there is. If you join the Earth Council, it's the same. Because we do on the structure is that we have management team, we have teams who are responsible for things, but that is a structure of running it. Somebody knows what's happening. But the biggest problem with the management of Keshe Foundation is me. When I go in, the voices changes. And when I'm out, the voices changes. And that's always been that way. We don't have a hierarchy. We don't have Ella as the head of the foundation. Somebody who's more or less, she's devoted her life to the foundation, to the work, and the same as we see, she's received one of the most beautiful souls in the universe. That's a gift I could give her. And in that process, you will see the way things will take shape. And still won't be any hierarchy. We have to have a structure of things getting done. We don't have who's the secretary. We still have no secretaries in Keshe Foundation. We don't have any. We just people who are in their job, what they accepted to do, and it's done. And you've seen many people have come and gone, and they served at the time for what they came here for. Because if you understand the way when I tell you about the soul, I always said, in the Keshe Foundation, souls came in the time was needed. They served the purpose And then they took the physicality because that was the time in it. And those who came here to abuse it, and the soul found a way for them too. And our souls who came here, but with different reasons, things happened for them, and that was a cycle for them to be in the next step. We don't go out to harm. But when we get harmed, this is the worst thing with the Keshe Foundation. We all get harmed. This because we haven't set up, and because of that, we cluster and we take it through in any shape or form. You have one of the longest term people who's been around us here. He can tell you he's one of the board of directors and board of management of the Keshe Foundation. How do we meet? We just ask, somebody does. And somehow, whatever is discussed, and if it's to the benefit of the foundation, it just appears gets done somehow. So, at the end of it, you have a structure. But we don't have a hierarchy. We don't have. We tried to set it up for global. It didn't work because I don't believe in it. Because we were in the American stock market, we had to do, and I don't agree with it, and it just didn't happen. Somebody's microphone is open. We have the same thing in other companies. I put management in, and I move away. It's their responsibility for the job. I've been told to make a pause, or do you want to stop altogether? Have we had enough for today?
No, actually, I wanted to answer to Brandon in a way that is more close to his experience, that he could understand the hierarchy part.
Yes, please carry.
Brandon, you are in the subtitlers group. This is the group we have organized recently for the subtitling of the workshops. So if you noticed, in that group, everybody is equal. And there is no head of subtitlers, there is no coordinator. But we all work in the way that we help each other, and we all contribute with organizing the, let's say, the weekly workshop in the best way. So when one is not available, others take over. And I ask you, did you feel in this group any kind of superiority, inferiority, or any kind of hierarchy? And if you did, why? If you didn't, how does it feel? Because the group is operating perfectly. It's providing exactly what it needs to provide the entire humanity. How did you feel about it?
Yes, I felt that I don't feel any sense of hierarchy. I feel uh, there's a way that everybody seems to take responsibility of everything where they can. And yeah, my feeling on it is very much like a family feeling, you know, that I've never heard one complaint or any type of anybody stepping on anyone's toes or any of this kind of thing. It just seems like instead of there being a hierarchy or anyone in charge, there's a organization that it's very organized, but everybody takes responsibility where they can. So that's definitely been my full experience in that group. I think that can I speak to a position where I don't really feel that so much in the Keshe Foundation, and this is why I was asking the question.
Sure.
So the reason I was asking is that is it being dissolved? The hierarchy is there a hierarchy being dissolved? because I only really recently started to speak in groups and things. And I've noticed that some people who have loud voices tend to kind of shut down my research and kind of speak very loudly in a way that shuts down other people's research. And it seems like these at times are people who've been in the Keshe Foundation for a long time. And so it feels like there's a hierarchy of people who have louder voices or opinions than others who seem to kind of sit on top of things. But it doesn't seem to be like an official hierarchy, because largely what I've noticed is certain other people will come in and kind of um, even things out. But it does feel like maybe there was a hierarchy that is leaving, or maybe there are just some loud voices who are into there being a hierarchy, even if there isn't one. So that's where my confusion is coming. This is more in the groups. It's definitely not that
Which
at all
group
in
are
the
you
subtribal.
talking about? Where did you do your research? Who did you ask to show? I tell you, let me tell you something very interesting. I think maybe answers you. I've said that before many times. If you're a newcomer, we were in a meeting in Nino, in Belgium, and a gentleman came to me and says, "I'm Professor so and so, and do I have permission to speak with you?" I said, "Excuse me, do I have permission to speak with you?" I asked him why he's asking me this question. He said, "That gentleman over there," he said, "I need his permission before I can talk to you, but he's busy," whatever it was. I said, "I met that guy only twice. I don't know even really who he is." People, because of our openness, try to make these things to make themselves important. We don't have it. We even had one person which we put out of the Keshe Foundation. He was very active, but we found out he's up to this. And he went to the German group and in Germany, somehow he made it clear, because we were not aware, because everything he wants to do, he's the only one who can talk to me and they have to go through him. We were not aware of it. When we found out, I asked him to leave. We had the same thing in Brazil. The Brazilians were shaking when we went to Brazil the first 2 days. And I can tell you, it was a thing that one person literally terrorized the whole of the Keshe Foundation of Brazil. I'm the only person who can speak to Mr. Keshe. Nobody else can. And when we went there and the openness, Ella can tell you, she let her explain to you, they were shocked. The second day or so of the conference, everybody realized they're all the same. It became a family. And what you see in the Brazil group, the way they're working, is when they realize they're all equal and they can all work. She strangled them for 2-3 years. We don't create it. Because of our openness, they abuse it. This is not the fault of Keshe Foundation. It is abuse of openness of Keshe. We had the same thing with Mrs. Mohammed in Iran very recently. She came and strangled everything, projects after projects, to the wall. Now that she walked away because she found out that we know who she is, now we see people coming to us. I have this, I've written so much to Mrs. Mohammed. No, because she only wanted to promote what she wanted to promote, which was planned by the Belgians to damage the Keshe Foundation. We don't create it. It's the people who are, or they've been around the foundation a long time, they think they can decide which way the foundation goes. But it's open. If you've been in that position, I'm very sorry, but we've had many, many examples of it. As would you like to say what you wrote to me in one sentence? I'll tell you in another sentence. Whoever you think is putting that hierarchy is your imagination. And I know I've seen it. If you notice the head of the Keshe Foundation with what we call the webmaster has been after this to stop for a long time, and we've managed to stop it in past 3-4 weeks. If you notice, there was like a hierarchy of people who could be on panelists, there were attendees. On the attendees, nobody could see anything, and the ones on the what do we call the panel on the top, they can come in and disturb. It was just a childish game. They could come in anytime, and you see it. He was trying. We were talking about it yesterday with him. For years, 2-3 years, he was trying to sort it out, and now it's done. Nobody's in the panelists except Rick, me, head of the Keshe Foundation, and what do you call the webmaster. And only when you're allowed you can open. If you look to 6-7 weeks ago, we kept on saying, can you switch off the microphone? Can you, somebody's microphone is open. These are all finished. Because then it was decided who gets promoted, and it's my right to be in. Why? Because I've been here longer, I've done more? No, we're all the same. And now you see, especially if you listen to past 2-3 weeks teaching, it's so easy, non-disruptive. Knowledge can be shared. It's a beautiful flow in it. When the main part of what we share knowledge finished, we always ask, what's the question? What do you want to know? And even that, we have Rick looking after one place, what you call the webmaster looks after the other place. The other people looking at it, what questions comes up? And we now, if you notice, we pick up from anywhere. Even in the other teachings, even in the Iranian teachings, we've done the same thing. Everybody is eliminated because everybody is equal. There's no hierarchy. There is no guaranteed seat. The only guaranteed seat is Rick, head of Keshe Foundation, webmaster, and me, because we are there to do. If we are there and we are not there, whoever is spoken comes up, and this is how it's going to be. We see problems, but if somebody has blocked you or you think you're blocked, it's nothing to do with us. We don't have a hierarchy. Send it. You have a problem like this, info@keshe.foundation. That's where we get everything. info@keshe.foundation. The problems like this comes up, we see it. The team sees it, we'll try to address it. But if somebody tells you, I am this, we don't have any. A lot of people made a lot of claims. It's what you say, transcribers. We brought, so many people came in to do the transcribers. This problem, that problem. Oh, Tuesday, Wednesday, we didn't do who's done this, has to be on this, blah, blah. It was the biggest commotion with transcribers. When is going to be done? I took over a few weeks ago, a couple of 2 or 3 months ago. Says, with all the commotion we had, people who are deliberately creating disturbances, she says it's going to get sorted. This week, while I was teaching near the end, she sent me a message and a table. Says, look, all the people, what lines they want to transcribe has all been allocated within a couple of hours. It'll be completed. Literally, those transcriber teams People that are choosing from this line to this line, number is mine, because they want to understand what the talk was about. So now they're choosing by interest. Within half a day, transcription is finished. Before, they will bring that, God knows, don't want even to mention his name, and the commotion which came with the transcribers. Now we don't have it because the way the startup management is the way Ella runs it. And it was beautiful to see it this week. Nearly an hour before the finish of the teaching, she sent me a list. Look, all the lines full. Everybody has decided what they want to transcribe, which line to what line, and it'll be done most probably in half an hour after the teaching. And those who came as to head the transcribers, they were sent in from outside. They were planning and working from outside to create as much havoc and with other things they came with, clandestine activities. So we try. If you feel anybody feels such a thing is made of your imagination, you have to find out who they are and how it is and get in touch with the foundation. If we see it, we can do something with it, we do it.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. That's very clear.
Very clear, we don't have a hierarchy. We have people who are taking charge of seeing to things and are very competent, like that work for agriculture. You have other people around us. So we know what's happening, but we can stop some of it. But you have to understand, as I'm stepping down in gradual steps, and I'm not disappearing, but by 21st of March next year, I'll go more into research and the sides where I can support. And as Ella takes over, she's already taken over for past 3 years, she's run the show. We will see different style of management. And she more or less works the same as me. We were, in a way, I think we couldn't choose any soul better than her. And we've seen it, how it changes gradually. The more we take the shackles off the people and things in the past, the more we see progress. And it'll come. Each person, the same in China. The other Keshe Foundation in China, Wang Lin, has brought such a beautiful management style in with her team. I don't interfere. I used to go into meeting every couple of days. I don't go for 2-3 weeks now. It's not my job. It's for the nation. It is for you, and if you see problem, bring it out, let us see it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You are Keshe Foundation. You have to bring it to us. Tell us what it is. Where did you see the problem? Where was your problem?
I'm not. I have experienced some of it in Rick's group, and Rick seems to straighten everything out very quickly. He's the most diplomatic person I've been involved with personally to stop this kind of thing. And I don't really remember what the other groups are, because this has been learning a new ethos and a new it's been like learning a new language. And you don't want to speak up too much because of wanting to learn a new language. But I will keep a closer eye now that I know what the official position of the Keshe Foundation is.
Anybody has a problem, anywhere, you have channels of info at Keshe Foundation and other channels like Rick. Rick is one of the members of the management of the Keshe Foundation, and he is a member of the core team and one of the long-standing people in the foundation. And the same with what you call the structure of the Keshe Foundation. You let us know, we are not perfect. And where we see problem, where we see things needs to be done, we do our best to correct it. And in that process, we try to change. And Ella is setting up a lot of things to go all the sales team the same, I hear. There's a lot of what you call parts which needs to be done and to be added. And hopefully she can tell you she's running her own style of management and it works perfectly. And a lot of people think they can do better. I don't think so. We received a message from a lady. Ella is the most incompetent person, this. And then she says at the bottom, I'm the only competent person who can run the Keshe Foundation. You have to give me the job. Can you, in a way, fire her? I want the job. And I thought, my God, is this the American way to speak?
Mr.
And
Keshe,
after, yes,
everybody has the right to consider their own capabilities and capacities. The only question is, how much does the work serve humanity? And do you do it to obtain position, or do you do it just because you love the change in the piece so much that you don't care about the outcome? You just gave it and you left it there. It's not about position or who is in charge. It's about how much did you contribute and do you expect anything for it? Because then if you expect it's not unconditional. It's conditioned. So did you actually give from yourself, or did you do something that you can get something?
I don't think you find any organization the same as Keshe Foundation. Very, very open. We are very structured, unstructured organization, and this flexibility has allowed us to survive a lot of things. And the biggest problem comes now that the biggest structure is coming in, people fighting for, as you said, the hierarchy, which should not. But somewhere at the end, somebody has to be in charge of seeing that things happen, and we try to bring the same style of management to them to understand the way we work. You should enjoy coming to Keshe Foundation to do something, not to come here because you have to. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, with all the people who are in attendance, I think it's a testament to what you said. It's a wonderful way to put the cap on the meeting here. We are here because we enjoy to be here.
Thank you very much.
This is one of the most important things that we can possibly do. And for a lot of people, as I said at the beginning, they like to read about history, or even if they're fortunate enough to be there to see it. But we're all in a position right now where we can make history. So not only do we drive you with our souls and elevate the wings of your soul so that you can fly, but we want to fly with you, because we all have now a purpose, a real serious purpose, and we're on our way.
Thank you very much. You got to realize this letter, which has come from the Universal Council, if taken up by anyone in a way, if your way saves one life, that one person can use it, and that leads to saving their life, that you have served your purpose of even being born. Not many people might ever get that chance that can save a life. And if by putting this letter out to newspapers, to the president, to the prime minister, to anyone, that leads to helping one person, not saving their life, to suffer less because of the availability of the knowledge, you serve your purpose. You might not know why suddenly so many things change good for you, but you don't think, is this what I did? Because you are not aware of it. And at the same time, you can do the same thing and go, not knowing you've done the biggest damage to someone, and you pay for it. Either way, it's not just all collect.
Well, I think for a lot of people, the hardest part is when you get the knowledge, you also get the responsibility, and probably in the last generation, that has been completely, it hasn't been taught. It hasn't been taught, and in fact, it has been encouraged to be avoided. Responsibility with knowledge is something to be avoided, and that's not right.
In a way, it has to be, we're all learning, and it's there, but if you can share this letter, for example, with anyone, this can save a life, you have served your purpose, maybe more than ever. You never know what this thing will bring in. And in so many ways, in a way, with what I put it in a simple way, we start governing. We start governing in a way that we start teaching people how to behave, how to be, how to share, how to work on condition. And people gradually learn. There were people in the foundation who were here or have found the way of elevating their own soul in different ways, and through serving foundation, they found the peace for themselves. Because foundation is humanity. And as we said, we are here to serve it. And we'll see what comes up, because this letter from Universal Council is a key, one of the keys to open up the foundation worldwide, but at the same time, is the key for next step of delivery of the technology worldwide. One of the things which I've explained very much to the Iranian officials, technology and the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation does not become the exclusivity of Iran, because we already have factories, research centers around the world. So as they come, they pick, they produce, goes around the world the same. The world of knowledge is a gift from the Creator. And the only responsibility of man is to share it with love and care. That's all. You don't own it, and it belongs to him. And the second a man thinks that he owns the knowledge is the time that the gift of what I call giving to him will finish and becomes the arrogance of him.
Well, as I say, nothing much happened last week, so nothing much is going to happen this week, right? We'll just have to.
What do you mean, not much happened?
History in the making, no big deal.
I thought you were serious when you said that, Alex. I thought you were completely serious that nothing had happened in the group and that was it.
I had you fooled.
I didn't, yeah, had me fooled.
Nothing has happened, has it?
No, nothing much. Just a little upset all around the world. Too bad, so sad. The future is so bright.
What happened that we don't know?
Well, what you the information on the 331st Knowledge Seekers Workshop was amazing. The work of the Brazilian group is amazing, and I think you know, I think with this group today, we have carried on that wave, and I'm really looking forward to the next week, the next exciting episode.
While we are here as your American group, Rafael is here. Rafael, what happened since last night in the Mexican group, in the Brazilian group? How have you progressed?
Hello, everybody. Rafael here from Brazil.
Hi, Rafael. Hi. What damage have been done for you in the teaching of past couple of days?
So, do you mean about the last Portuguese teaching?
Yeah. What has happened in there after all the things they start doing? What's the progress?
Yeah, now a lot of people came to me to go into our new group that we create here in Brazil for the people that are in touch with officials here in Brazil, the knowledge seekers that can get in touch with officials here. And now in this group, we have something like 20 people in this group now. And they are organizing themselves to build a strategy to, in the best way, go to the officials now, to the TV station, to radio stations and televisions. So by now we have 22 people to be more exact in this group. And the other knowledge seekers are working today. They organize like a big spraying around Brazil. So this happened, everybody trying to put in the same hour at 3 o'clock. So this is basically what's happening now in Brazil, and I have a lot of people spraying around the whole country today. So with this group that we organized after the meeting, we have these 22 people now organizing themselves to build this strategy to speak with the officials in the best way and for them to be open for this. And what we are trying to put in this strategy is mainly what you said, Mr. Keshe, in the last teaching about the way we give this letter from the Universal Council from our souls for them to open themselves. So I think this is the main thing that we talk in the group, and we have some people there that are organizing themselves to do this now.
I mean, the way has been a progressive, because the people in that group, we know a couple of them, they have the means of reaching the hierarchy. They have the means of reaching people in the government. And I think they should be able to do good. We need something established very soon, because with the talk with the Iranian officials, we need to be able to put teams together from Brazil that the knowledge can be given the way to able to help as many people in Brazil as possible. It's huge, and you lose too many people, and your death rate is very high at the moment.
Right now we have more than, from the news, we have more than 30,000 now of deaths and more than 500,000 infected people here in Brazil. And the numbers are increasing every day. We go through records every day here through this number. So we need to act very fast. And that's why I think it will be not so hard to talk with the government officials, because that's what they are thinking here, the people that are in this group, because they are really scared now because the numbers just increase now. So they think now, in a sense, they are more open, the people who are in touch more with the higher officials here. They were talking with me this morning and they said that I think they will be open because they don't know what to do for real.
Let's see, we wish you all the best, and I hope your president find a way of peace with his own soul and his way of leadership. Thank you very much, Rafa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah, shall we call it a day? Take this letter to anyone you know who could be or have access to any means of communication. You have to get this letter out through little, small, working media, telephone, internet radios, especially internet radio programs if you can get, and you can get access to that way. They bring you, they build it up, and work on that ethos of how we can do the best for the nation. You got the blueprint from the Iranian side, and it worked, and we've done a lot, and hopefully in the next few days and weeks we see more and more, because now we're moving into the next step of the work in Iran with the new space program, new flight systems, and it'll be amazing to be able to do it very rapidly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. Raphael, those numbers that you quoted are 3 times what has been reported here in Canada as to what's going on in Brazil. I'm absolutely stunned. But you know, we unfortunately knew that it was coming in, and I wish for your group to have the greatest success possible. We're all with that. We're all with that wish. Other countries are suffering just as much, and in silence, and they don't have the support network. We're trying to do this in North America, and it's an honor for you to be here. It's an honor for John Blevin. I thank you so much for being here, John. We are wishing you all the success in Arizona. I want to thank there's so many people here who have come, who have helped us tremendously, and I want to thank all of you. And more particularly, I want to thank everybody on the panel for allowing me to make my presentation earlier on, and thank you for all the time and attention that you've given, because we need this. We need this very, very much. Peggy, I want to thank Thank you for the beautiful reading that you made from the letter. And I want to thank you for being the host today and making this meeting a very wonderful meeting. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to you and sign off.
Thank you very much, Alex. That was very kind of you. Mr. Keshe?
Still here?
Just saying, making sure that you've had your last words, sir. I'll package it up.
I'm waiting for my paycheck.
Oh, yes, you'll definitely get a bonus this week because we are at 6 hours and 43 minutes, something like that. So
yeah,
you
no
broke
problem.
a record with me.
No problem. There's a beautiful thing sent to me by the head of the Keshe Foundation from Doug McDonald. You see English, his support team. He says, everyone, that's to all of you. When everyone serves, we are too busy to bother with bossing others, which is exactly what it turns out to be. If we can serve it in the way we do it, I hope we'll find all of us peace to be able to do more. And each one of us our own way, with our own speciality and what I call what is given to us to serve. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for having us here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.